Здорово, здорово, всем здорово. Да-да я, корова мальчик. Да-да я, сука. Да-да я. Так. Остановить музыку. Так, сегодня мы постараемся за один стрим пройти данную игрульку. Я думаю, у нас это получится, потому что она в принципе... Так, подождите. Получится, потому что... Ага, слышно. Она в принципе недолгая. Если верить видосам на ютубе и верить гуглу, то 5-7 часов. Да, сука. Так. Call of Juarez. Где она, блядь? Не вижу ее. Вижу ее. Блядь, нихуя не бачу. Успел, здорово, здорово. Здорово. Блин. Так. Пока что так. Если будет что-то мешать, посмотрим. Так. И чё её нет на экране? Нахуй. А, я долбоёб, потому что... Нет, не купили, это просто дают. Donation Alert дает. Я уже говорил, такая же как и на стримах там. Так. Она какая-то мультяшная типа или что? Я вот не понял. Так, я заходил, проверял, что тут вообще как оно. Давайте заново. Высокая. Лё, сука. Канзас. Я не знал, что юбисофтовская хуйня даже.
Don't I know you, sir?
Don't believe so. I haven't been here in many years. Name's Silas Greaves.
Silas Greaves? The bounty hunter?
Used to be.
Ah, what are you doing here in Abilene?
Just passing through. Got a little business to take care of.
Well, sir, it would be an honor if you would allow
Я
me to
пока
buy
чатик
you a
не вижу,
beer.
если что.
Hell, son, it would be my honor to drink it.
I'm Molly. Howdy.
I'm Dwight. That's Jack and Steve. Ben's behind the bar. Oh, I bet you got some great stories.
A couple.
Any of them true?
Jack, be nice.
A few.
What about your shootout with Henry Plummer's gang in Bannock, Montana? Is that where you started as a bounty hunter? That's what it says in this here dime novel.
Don't believe everything you read in them dime novels, boy. First man I hunted was back when I was riding with Billy the Kid.
You knew Billy the Kid?
Damn right. That scrawny son of a bitch had no fear. Wouldn't back down for nobody.
I heard he collected the 10 stars off any crooked lawmen who crossed him.
It was a war, boy. The Lincoln County War. And Billy promised his regulators would take the life of every bastard who helped bushwhack John Tunstall.
Kid had a big chip on his shoulder and a hair-trigger temper. Made him dangerous as hell.
Все, это вся история. Про код там маньяка. лоха, убийцу, вора, лоха, черта позорного. Блять, загрузить, я хочу чат открыть, ебаный сыр. Бля, вода кончилась, сука. Так.
It was about 30 years ago. Billy was hiding out in an abandoned farm near Stinking Springs.
А, да, он историю рассказывает, и мы эту историю будем
I
проходить.
threw in with the kid because the man I had sworn vengeance.
Так, замолкни, чел. Так, чатик открою, одну секунду. Так, всем привет. Как спонсорку приобрести? Если ты с России, то только через VPN. Врубаешь VPN, любой, можешь даже белорусский включить, и у тебя внизу по стримам появится вкладочка «Спонсировать». Там можешь выбрать любую спонсорскую подписку. Минимум 50 центов. Вот, так, всем привет, спасибо вам за лайки. Чатик открыл, всех вижу. Там пересылки с дуэли сделаны прикольно. Хорошо, понял.
But before I tell you why I want that son of a bitch
Пока что
dead,
очень прикольная
let me tell you what
чувствительность.
happened that day.
Так, управление. Половина, наверное, даже. Так. Ну, для 13-го года какой-то, мне кажется, слабый графон.
I was heading back to the hideout when suddenly I had
Либо он
this funny feeling.
мультяшный, я не понимаю.
No, Steve. The other kind of funny.
Блять, ну как-то быстро. А чё так быстро? Так, еще раз. Ну да, она для 13-го года реально как-то выглядит не на 13-й год. Хоть это Ubisoft делали. Бля, реально какая-то полумультяшная. Корова мультяшная, блять, какие-то. Бля, сука. Звук нормальный по сравнению с игрой. Мой голос. Сейчас поменяю. Так. Вернись в убежище. Я могу.
That's not fair. We're missing all the fun.
I knew those two morons would never let me through. I had
Да,
no
она немножко
choice.
рисованная.
Shoot that some bitch!
Легко. Новый уровень плачения, ага, понял. Да, нарисованная.
Was it Pat Garrett's posse?
Oh yeah.
А могу
I heard the shots and I knew I had to move fast. Garrett and his army of deputies had surrounded the entire homestead. I decided to help Billy and the boys out of it. So that's just what I did. As the governor of New Mexico was paying for the kids' apprehension,
Легенько.
Garrett was able to hire every gun hand in Lincoln County.
Да как не в голову-то? Не бачу. О, вижу. Так, открытие навыков. О, нихуя себе. Игра? Не, вообще не требовательная. Но у меня здесь 140 FPS выдает. То есть нет. Так, стрелок, отчаянный герой с двумя стволами. А я не смотрел, если честно, но она старая. У тебя должна пойти. Ну, насколько я знаю, она короткая. Так, боец ближнего боя. Это я. Ебать тут навыков. Пойдет. Ее когда в Стиме раздавали бесплатно. Я посмотрел, думаю, почему не поиграть? Блять, живучий уёбок. Бля, падла. Убежал очкошник. Неплохая замена РДРу, кстати. На консоль.
Garrett's men were running around like a bunch of chickens with their heads cut off.
Bitches running. You're done.
Блять, ёпта. Who is next? Ебать. Ну, выглядит прикольно.
Still, one of them reached the water tower.
Бля. Сейчас, секундочку.
Not a bad idea. It would be a turkey shoot from up there.
Бля, прикольно. Да, блядь. Парни секу. Какой-то замес.
Luckily, these shooters Garrett hired weren't the sharpest tools in the shed.
Так, я на консоли, ага, это понял, я пират, стыдно. Да, что стыдно это? Если нет денег на игры, то вот проблема. Стало, короче, Juarez вообще не похоже, там миссия бар, понял. Почему-то игра напоминает Fallout New Vegas. Я вот не знаю, я в Fallout не играл, поэтому мне пока не с чем сравнивать. Но она рисованная, она просто рисованная. Она рисованная. Ну хз, выглядит забавно так. Ну? Но ее раздавали всем бесплатно.
A lot of them were saddle tramps or sod busters or drunken drifters
Бля, вот
looking to
неудобно,
make
когда
a few
английская
bucks.
озвучка, неудобно читать и играть. А, можно было взорвать эту.
Then, I heard a friendly voice yelling at me from the window. Back door! We'll cover you!
Try aiming, you idiots.
Truth be told, things weren't much better behind the house.
Да, сука. Бам. Я не знал, что это игра юбиков. Это просто какая-то рандомная игра.
But that just made the ones that were left twice as mad.
Она, знаете, она как комикс. Она реально как комикс. Рисованная кровища также разлетается.
They made up for their lack of skill with a seemingly endless supply of ammo. It was a bit of a slog, but I finally fought my way around the back of the house.
Подожди, back in the house. Что, патронов нет, блядь? Ну и бомжи, сука.
And like that, I was inside, none the worse for wear. I passed dirty day.
Свои.
Deader than a rat in a trap. You ain't going nowhere.
And upstairs, I found Billy and Charlie Boulder.
You like that?
Так. Мою. Мое. Пока ничего не понятно, но очень интересно. Нихуя себе. Я говорю, это реально комикс какой-то. Игра комикс.
Billy looked at me and said, "About time, amigo. Grab a gun and get to the window."
Wait, so you were friends with Billy the Kid?
Батик Шон какой-то.
Yeah, sort of. Anyway, we were surrounded by dozens of deputized shooters who wanted to do us harm. you Garrett's men were dropping like flies, they just kept on coming.
Shoot that bastard! I think I got one!
Ебать, колбасный.
Where the hell Garrett get to? He's missing all the eyes!
Да ты, блядь, падла.
That's when Charlie got hit. They're catching us in a crossfire, shouted Billy.
Ебать,
Get to the other side.
Рандом, сука, ёбаный. Еле, блядь. А где моё хп? Where is my hit point?
Where'd he come from?
Хе-хе-хе-хе. Нормально это место. Не помню, не помню. Но просто я не вижу его.
I don't know how many of those cocksuckers I personally put down, but it was pretty clear, even to Billy, that maybe discretion was the better part of valor.
What's that mean?
It means that it was time to cut and run. They got a Gatlin, Billy shouted. Get the horses and bring them round back. I'll draw their attention. He directed that order at me, and I thought, what the hell do I have to do? But I went anyway. Dumbass that I was back then.
Если не ошибаюсь, там экраном пуховато. Я понял. Я так и думал. Это что за приколдесина? Интересно. Можно взять, кстати.
Many would have fled in my place. But I had that false sense of invincibility that many young men have. Like Jack here.
What are you saying, old man?
Jack, he's just joshing with you now.
Yeah, he better be.
Mr. Greaves, please continue.
Please, call me Cyrus, man.
Прикольно.
Now, where was I?
Вот
You were
уёбок,
heading
блядь.
for the barn.
Gonna cut you a new one!
Нормально.
Making my way past the castle of fallen foes.
Нихуя себе. Что это было, блядь? Ебать. На мне дали
Sounds
ачивку
like Garrett hired a
какую-то.
whole regiment of hired guns.
Убейте 5 врагов в полете. Вот так вот нахуй. По-другому? Ну-ка, задали ачивочку, значит, я молодец. Но я не хочу ближний бой качать вообще, в принципе. А, стоп. Из оружия ближнего боя? Похуй. Тут, блядь, левел лапается, ёбаный урод, быстро.
Yeah, and just when I thought I was done with them, more of these hapless bastards would pop up.
А, да и похуй на него.
Finally, I had the stables within my reach. And that's when I met Sheriff Pat Garrett.
I read that you
Так.
went toe-to-toe with him, sir. That backstabbing bastard with that tacked-on tin star.
Опа, дуэль. Лёд, сука. Бля, ебать, это забавно выглядит, конечно. Так.
You challenged him to a showdown.
You read that in a dime novel?
It said he showed no fear as he took your measure with eyes like a rattlesnake.
Ладно, и как это работает тут? На реакцию чисто. Так, вот что. Говорю, нужно ожидать своего помощи. Зачем стрелять? Что это? Давай, Покедова. Лечись, лечись. Блядь, аж... Я просто не понял, как это работает немного.
And that you killed him in a fair fight.
Is that what that Penny Dreadful said? No, boy. That ain't what I meant when I said I met Pat Garrett. So let me start again. I finally reached those damn stables.
Что за ачивку дали? А, это прохождению.
And stepped inside, and last thing I heard was Garrett's voice. That's not Billy.
And go on. How did it end?
And, boy, that was just the beginning.
А, это была первая миссия, окей. Нормально. 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 Идем дальше.
So what happened? Did Garrett arrest you?
Yeah, after I came to, the bastard had clocked me with his Colt.
And the kid surrendered?
When he realized there was no getting out of there alive.
So they locked you up in Lincoln?
Indeed they did. Sentenced me to hang right along with the kid.
Ну да, понял, прикольно. Ну, просто на реакцию. По сути. А мне пока еще не 60 лет, так что реакция у меня еще есть.
It's important to know that I was only riding with Billy so I could find the bastard I was after.
Рисовка забавная.
He was with John Kinney's gang.
Кого?
They were sworn enemies of Billy's regulators.
Why were you after him?
I owed that son of a bitch a bullet for what he had done to me and mine. Instead, all I got for myself was a goddamn death sentence. Luckily, it was right around then that I heard Billy make his move. He shot Jim Bell and a few other guards as he made his getaway. Later, they wrote that some lady friend planted a pistol for him in the privy. What the papers didn't say is that Billy helped me escape too.
Опа.
My first order of business
Лёс,
was finding a firearm.
Понял. Это ж, наверное, привыкается со временем. Что за хуйня? Уильям Генри Маккарти. Также известно как Уильям Бонни. Бонни и Клайд, который? Кит Антони Билл Кит родился между 59 и 61 годами. Погиб в 81 года застреленным шерифом Пэт Гейтом. Ага. До следующего дня он остается одним из самых знаменитых бандитов Дикого Запада. Ростом 1 метр. Да я ебал про него читать, нахуй.
Luckily, I located Deputy Bob Ollinger's mean-ass shotgun.
Лё, сука. Лё, сука. Лё, сука. Лё, сука. Бля, не так прикольно нахуй это описывается вся хуйня. Ебать, бля, реально какой-то фильм нахуй смотрю. Прикольно. Не, это реально это игра
I saw Billy through the window, and he yelled that I should take to the rooftops to make my escape. So I did.
Anybody see Billy? Son of a bitch! Jim Bell!
Hell yeah. That scatter gun was like a double-barreled howitzer. It could blow a man clear off his feet.
Ясно,
You
ясно.
hardly had to aim the damn thing.
Бан.
The kids' escape raised a huge ruckus.
Ничего.
Guards were everywhere looking for him.
Absolutely now.
Can't get away!
Абсолютно нахер.
Anybody see him?
I had to jump from roof to roof like a damn alley cat. I followed the planks where I could, but some of that wood was slippery as hell. The whole town was up in arms. And suddenly, I was a fugitive.
Ну, чтобы показать, что тебе не нравится.
How the hell did the kid escape? Garrett's gonna kick our ass!
А дальше куда?
Can't have gotten far! Gotta be around here somewhere. Billy broke out of jail. Bill ain't that sucker!
Violence is not.
Не понял. Как обычно, дизлайки не нравятся, лайки нравится трансляция. Пока что я не вижу твой лайк обратно, кстати. Бан. Не знаю, я вообще челов не понимаю. Некоторых. Я вот... Ну, вот они
So
заходят,
that
ставят
bastard
лайки.
you were after, what did he do?
He did me and my family a grievous harm. But I knew if I was ever gonna find him, I would need to get my ever-loving ass out of there.
Типа ставят лайки.
I tried to be stealthy
Я их благодарю
and
за это,
sneak
они
my way
убирают лайки. Я
past.
вообще этого не понимаю, нахуй.
This town doesn't have a moment's peace.
Нахуй туда ставят, блядь.
Billy, get you! You!
But hell, if they weren't all waiting for me.
Да иди нахуй, блядь.
Apparently, some of them thought I was Billy.
You
Не, Винчестер поинтереснее. Где? Бабах, нахуй уебище, ебаная, блядь, нахуй, блядь, нахуй, блядь, нахуй, блядь, нахуй. Бам, сука. Бам, сука. На, нахуй. Да не знаю, это у тебя, наверное, что с интернетом. Потому что всегда все нормально. Если бы сервера ютуба, то у меня бы тоже лагало. Но у меня не лагает.
He's in town somewhere!
See, me and the kid shared a certain similarity in build and color.
Ебать красиво, конечно.
I was just glad I had Deputy Bob's mean-ass shotgun.
Leave him to me! Get your headstone!
There's children here.
We're gonna be in deep shit with that.
So much lead was whizzing by my head, it was like everyone in Lincoln wanted to put me in the ground. I knew I needed to find a horse. So I never did have a great fondness for those four-legged grass eaters. Smelly, sweaty, ungrateful beasts. We prize them too high, if you ask me.
I'm here!
I'm here.
Put down your weapon!
Why are you running? Нахуй.
Damn town's going to hell in a handbasket!
И нахуй я залез сюда. А, перелез типа.
But where was the kid while you were busy getting shot at?
Бля, ну я бы лучше
Gone. And that's when it occurred to me why Billy set me free.
поудобнее будет. Опа. Блять. Я думал, нужно одну кнопку нажимать.
So I could be a hapless decoy and draw attention while he snuck out of town.
Да сука, бля. Сейчас, секундочку. Бывает. Ну, ничего не произошло, меня просто убили. Блин, бать игра крутая, слушай, мне вообще нравится. Да кто, блядь? Бля, ты крыса, ебаная, да сука. Насквозь. Да, да. Ты чё, бля? Пока не знаю, ну... Покупать их точно пока не буду. Если будет заказ, то буду, а так пока не буду. Кстати, дохуя игр я уже накупил для прохождения, да, что пока что... Пока нет. В будущем, думаю, да, но пока нет. Блядь. Хуёво, блядь. Ну, пока не заказывали. Пока не заказывали. Любитель хорроров пока что давненько на стриме не заходил, так что... Ну, мне почти все время только 2 чела заказывало одни те же, ну, хорроры. И пока что они не заходят. Бля, ебать, я трахаю жестко.
Finally, I found what I was looking for. The stables on the edge of town.
Там немного правил на ютубе меняются, так что, скорее всего, видосы, которые буду записывать новые, будут без
Billy
матов.
saved your ass, taking out Bob Ollinger the way he did.
Billy
Нет,
didn't
так я
kill
не про
Bob.
тебя, я говорю про челов,
Sure he
которые...
did. Dispatched him right after he shot Deputy Bell.
No, sir. Because Bob came right up behind me, angry as hell that Billy had lit out. Hello, Bob, I said. I think you better let me
Как бы с
go.
матами пока что нет такого правила официального. Это залупа. Это фэк. Там изменились правила монетизации в плане хорроров. То есть некоторые хорроры из-за там месива разного могут не проходить. Да не, мат это пиздёж. Это все пиздёж. Просто... Хз, короче. Я пока не верю в это. Вот когда официально выйдет, тогда верю. А так пока не верю. Подсказки, самородках истины, пускательного детали, дополнительные звуки, не знаю, то, что вот пишут в ВК в пабликах, это все пиздеж ебаный. Пока что официальной новости нет, нахуй, и верить нет смысла. Сэкономить время перезарядки 50%?
And he says,
О, дуэль.
I don't think so, boy. Not with my shotgun. So we stood there in the middle of the street, eyeball to eyeball. He intended to kill me, and I knew I had no choice but to defend myself. I killed him in a fair fight.
Let's go, boys.
Everybody saw I had no damn choice. Well,
Нормально,
Lincoln
бля.
got a mite depopulated that
Ебу,
day.
ебу.
That
Честно
Garrett
убить.
gunned down Billy 3 months later. So his escape was all for naught anyway.
Нормально.
So where'd you go after Lincoln?
Mexico. Until I realized nobody was looking for me. I ended up
Спасибо
taking
за
a
лайки,
job
может,
at the
я-
Rurales.
The Mexican Rurales?
I was hired to help them track down the cowboys.
Бля, я тоже хочу вот приходить в бар,
The
брать
most
себе
vicious
вискарь
outlaw
и
gang in
играть в карты.
Cochise
нахуй.
County? Curly Bill Brocious? Johnny Ringo?
Led by old man Clanton himself.
They must have paid you a pretty penny to take them hombres on.
Ща, погодь.
Not really.
Тут
But truth
читать
be
надо,
told,
блядь.
I had my own reasons for going after those boys.
Жесткий тип с анекдота, который рассказал на стриме Мафия 1. Ой, ебать. Там столько анекдотов было на стриме Мафия 1, что я уже не помню. Слушайте, давайте я вот сейчас открою... Давайте я открою главы, чтобы контролировать, сколько вообще их всех. Потому что я сегодня планирую всю игру пройти полностью. Так. Пишем. Кау. Оф. Juarez. Ганслингер. Прохождение. Ну да, за один день я хочу пройти. Просто нужно главы увидеть, чтобы понимать, сколько их. Пуля для старика. Это эпизод 2. Вот, мы прошли за 40 минут первый эпизод. Это второй. Только мне нужен нормальный сайт, где я могу отследить сразу все. Блять, нахуй мне эти рассказы ваши ебаные. Мне нужен просто список миссий. Ёбаный, блядь. Да дайте мне, суки вы. Ну почему нет? Не, ну я не издеваюсь. Сейчас будем играть, парни, одну секундочку. Просто мне нужно найти, чтобы отслеживать. Ладно, первый сайт был лучше. Не, тут просто в каждом эпизоде есть миссии. Вот это второй эпизод начинается. Ковбой он называется. Вот, это второй эпизод начинается. Все. Всего их 8. Поехали.
So was the bastard you were after now riding with the cowboys?
Roscoe Bob Bryant was his name.
Да, у тебя же будет уже
But no, this
полная
time it
ночь,
was a
когда
different
я буду
bastard I was
заканчивать
after.
игру.
The aforementioned Mr. Ringo. And yes, he was working for old man Clanton. I came upon them robbing a stagecoach, which wasn't surprising, being they were such murderous thieves and bastards. The bandits wore red scarves, so I knew they worked for the old man.
Over there!
I did my best to help those poor passengers.
Я думаю, часов за 6 точно. Блять.
Moments later, the attackers were dead, and I checked the stagecoach to see how many passengers were still breathing. None. It was then I wondered if the rocks weren't hiding more bandits. Was that all of them? Or did I just hit the rear guard? I quickly got my answer. They attacked from on high like Apaches often do. They would appear in great numbers from above and rain down lead on their hapless enemies' heads, making use of the high ground and whatever else. Yep, the Apaches just appeared out of nowhere, and there never seemed to be an end to them.
Hold on. Were you attacked by Apaches? What happened to the cowboys?
Did I say they were Apaches? I said Clanton's cowboys attacked me, Apache style. I was in a pitched battle, but I was holding my own against an overwhelming enemy force. See, at the time, I was still pretty green and would often blunder into regrettable situations.
Прикольно. Но оно мне надо. Нормальный мусон пошел. Так, сейчас дочка динамита, патрона для велика. О, надо это покачать немножко.
But I just kept shooting at anything I could see up in those damn rocks.
Да ты падла ебаная нахуй.
I didn't see Ringo, but I knew he was with the cowboys. He and Roscoe Bob had done me a dreadful wrong, and I was determined to have my revenge.
0 вопросов. Я что-то ничего не понял, что произошло. Ну ладно.
See, at the time, I was still pretty green and would often blunder into regrettable situations. But I just kept shooting at anything I could see up in those damn rocks. I didn't see Ringo, but I knew he was with the cowboys. He and Roscoe Bob had done me a dreadful wrong, and I was determined to have my revenge. But to get to Ringo, I knew I'd have to fight my way past these other assholes first. Unfortunately, I was running out of ammo. Another perfect example of my relative inexperience as a hunter of men. I immediately knew that a tactical retreat was called for, as my vengeful fury was much less impressive without the bullets to back it up. Finally, they managed to corner me. Trapped as I was, the odds of my survival seemed pretty slim.
Блять. Оно так появляется неожиданно, это вот пуля летящая, что я... Короче. Я при фаре нажимаю другую кнопку.
Serendipity was on my side as I suddenly spotted a way out of my predicament.
Фу, сука. Блять, 3 патрона осталось, пиздец.
I ran ahead as if the devil himself was after me. Bullets were whizzing by my ears, but I wasn't about to roll over and die. I just kept running like there was no tomorrow. Because there wouldn't be. Clanton and his men caught up with me. As I was scurrying around those caves, I thought, what was I thinking? Going up against a gang like this.
На 0 патронов, блядь, сука. Иди нахуй, сука.
You're done. I just kept running, not knowing where the hell I was going.
Бля, ну а как убежать? Здорово, МК, здорово. А как убежать-то, ёп? Да ебать, суета.
Nowhere to run.
Я просто выбрал не ту сторону для бега. Бля, ебать, ты дебил, нахуй. Ладно. Иди нахуй, сука. Ай, бля. Да вроде неплохо. Сегодня вроде выспался нормально. Как твои дела? Да не пострелили, я подскользнулся, блядь. Пиздец. Спасибо за лайки, парни. А убить-то мне их нечем, блядь. Вот в чем дело. Вот в чем проблема, блин. Иди нахуй, сука, блядь.
And that's when something miraculous happened. Like manna from heaven, I found the desiccated remains of what looked like an Apache warrior. The old weapon next to him supplied me with some much-needed ammunition. Bat Masterson once told me it was more important to be lucky than good. And he would know. And imagine my surprise when I found a fistful of dynamite to go along with that ammo.
Okay.
That stroke of good fortune evened the odds and bolstered my confidence. It was time to turn the tables. Time for the prey to become the predator. Time for the hunted to become the hunter. Time.
All right, Jesus, we get it. They were right where you wanted them.
That's right, Jack. I was done running. And the old man's boys were not expecting that. No, sir.
No,
I came at them like a wildcat. My fury knew no bounds.
Нормально, бля. Вот такого вообще выживают, блядь? Нормально ёбка происходит.
It was finally time for that old man to pay for his sins.
Чего нахуй? Старик Клентон, ты кто, сука лысая?
I yelled out at the top of my lungs, Clinton, I'm coming for you! A little stealth might have made more sense, to be perfectly honest. Because that old fool had a Gatling gun and enough bullets to last him till kingdom come. But I knew I could not let that deter me. Not if I was to find and kill Ringo. I needed to get that old man off that gun.
Ладно, дед, я понял. Сука. Подскользнулся, блядь. Бывает. Да ты чё, охуел, блядь, дед ебаный?
Let me tell you, that was the longest uphill climb of my entire damn life. Well, one of the longest.
Да он просто рандомно
There was
хуярит.
that one time I was
Еблоу
pursuing Frank James, Jesse James' brother.
Jesse James?
Perhaps we could talk about that one later. Now, where was I?
сатает.
Right.
Потом сало.
I had old man Clanton in my sights. Most everyone thought it was the Ruales who had come up against him in Guadalupe Canyon, but it was just me.
Да он чё, охуел, блядь? Рандом.
Stop your hiding from me! You one stupid zombie!
Ебать он охуевший, я думал он ваншотится, блядь. Вот сука, гандон.
They're gonna bury you in a million.
Да какого хуя меня через камни убил, сука, блядь, дед ебаный, нахуй. Якубович, реально, блядь.
You murdering bastard! Wait! Goddamn fuck! You one stupid zombie! Damn contraption jammed to death! What I ever did to you?
Реально.
Would you just lie? Oh, gotta reload. I don't know how you live this long.
Сейчас мы выебал напишем. Ну что, и финальный выстрел по голове его ебаной. Headshot.
Apparently, one of the cowboys made it out of there alive and told Ike and Billy Clanton that it wasn't a Mexican who took their father's life that day. They just assumed it was one of the Earps. And that little misunderstanding eventually led to that legendary gunfight at the OK Corral.
OK Corral. Так. Вот, стрельба в лесопилочке. Да, сука.
A few weeks after that dust-up at the OK Corral, I was still after Johnny Ringo.
Это второй.
I had tracked him and the cowboys to their
В одном эпизоде
hideout
там
at a
по 3, по 4
sawmill,
миссии.
and they were loaded for
Вот,
bear.
это последняя миссия и будет третий эпизод. Я говорю, игра очень короткая, она в 12 проходит. Это последняя миссия второго эпизода. Так, более высокие комбо... Можете комбо, концентрация растет. Ага. Возможно, больше динамита и патронов. Да хочу. У меня вот открыто здесь, я вот смотрю. Бля, это крутая игрушка на самом деле.
So, what exactly did Johnny Ringo do to piss you off?
Well, him and that other bastard.
Roscoe Bob Bryant?
Yep. They both deserve to die, and I promise I'll tell you why. But first I need to tell you about the Cowboys' new boss, Curly Bill Brocious.
Herb's coming!
Get ready, boys. Curly Bill took charge of the Cowboys upon the old man's demise. And after that gunfight at the OK Corral, the Clantons wanted revenge.
Ты, сука, блядь, гандон.
So they murdered Morgan Earp and grievously wounded his older brother Virgil.
И нахуй то РДР, ёбаный в рот. Если ты играл, ты должен помнить, конечно.
Wyatt and Doc went on what became known as the Vendetta Ride, hunting those outlaws down. So when I showed up, that's who they thought I was.
Стрелять с одного, реально. Так. Видели лесопил.
There were killers around every corner, all wearing red bandanas. That's how the cowboys identified each other. And I was beginning to wish I had one myself.
Да бля.
But I wasn't about to let Ringo walk away unscathed. That's what drove me forward.
Больно в
They
ноге,
say
бля.
that Ringo was infernally fast.
I hardly saw anyone faster, boy. Certainly not Wyatt Earp. That man was all hat and no cap.
Нет. Пожалуйста, руки.
Earp wasn't much of a match for him, but Doc Holliday might have.
That Lunger should have kept his nose out of it. They never charged anyone for the murder of Morgan Earp.
А, так
But
можно
everybody
было?
knew that Curly shot him in the
Да ты,
back.
чё ты, блядь?
That was common knowledge.
Бля, вообще
Yeah, maybe
нереально
so.
читать.
But Ringo had nothing to do with it. He was just being loyal to a friend.
Is that what you call it?
Жаль, русская локализация.
Being loyal. Well, to get to that loyal friend, I had to pass by some buzzsaws as big as a man.
Чисто игра, мультик, рассказ, блядь.
Excuse me, sir. I have a question.
What's that, Dwight?
Да в целом
After
игра
old man
прикольная,
Clinton
сама по
died,
себе.
why didn't his son take over the Cowboys?
Because Ike Clanton was dumber than a box of rocks and a yellow belly to boot.
Лунтик нормальный парень.
Now, where was I?
Taking down the entire cowboy gang single-handed.
Indeed I was, Jack.
Да вы чё, суки, нахуй?
Though it wasn't easy, as those boys had good cover.
Ебать, больно в ноге. Бля, пиксель не простреливает. Нихуя себе. Лунтик Кент настоящий. А, там где план за пулеметом, блядь. Охуеть, блядь. Я думаю, что с моим ебалом случилось. О, двоих одним выстрелом убил. Чего он стрелял, блядь? Ух ты ёбак. Я просто хочу.
Boy, you are shit out of luck. I don't mind.
Короче.
There were carts everywhere, piles of lumber, and God knows what else for people to hide behind. That really was one hell of a sawmill. Quite an impressive operation.
Там мелкий играл, начался, боялся, пиздец. Да, чё и бояться. Лошьё не ебаное.
And where was Curly Bill? Did you see him?
I'm about to get to that, Ben. Patience.
Нет.
I'm painting a picture here. There was this beautiful waterfall and a crystal clear stream that led to a verdant valley that was truly...
Consider your picture painted. What happened next?
Well,
Обрез.
finally the bastards that were still alive made a last stand.
Туда иду, блядь? Ого. Да ёпта,
Curly
я буду
Bill,
палку.
Johnny Ringo, and his compadres took off into the lumber yard, and I followed after.
О, сейчас что будет? Бля, лёгкий. Хлопнет. Заряди. И хлопнет. Бля, ебать, что за рофл.
Are you saying they ran? Cowardice was not in Ringo nor Curly Bill's nature.
No, sir. I never said they were running scared. They just wanted me out in the open.
Time to dance with the devil! That sumbitch
Ясно, друзья, позвал.
come out wherever you are! What in tarnation? Let's do this!
Я обещаю. Блять. Чуть не чихнул. Да тут еще очкошник, блять.
You can't hide forever, boy. See what you got. What the heck is that? Make him pay for that!
Вот это честно.
Brocious gave me
подсудила
no
мне чисто.
choice but to take his life. But Ringo was nowhere to be found.
Игра мне подсудила немного.
I knew you didn't kill
Так,
Ringo,
глава 3.
as he was found dead in a different location altogether.
To this day, his killer is still unknown.
Indeed. Took me a few months before I finally tracked his ass to West Turkey Creek Canyon.
По факту. Его игра в текстуры забаговала, чтобы он умер. Следующий. Кто станет у руля и смотрит пулю. Джонни Ринго. Опять дуэль?
That's incredible, sir. I always thought that Doc Holliday was the one that killed him.
Нихуя он крутой, блядь. Время реакции 0.3, блядь. Нихуя себе, так это, ну, это нормально. Ну ладно, гандон.
That's incredible, sir. I always thought that Doc Holliday was the one that killed him.
Куда у меня улетел снаряд? Не понял. Я же фокус держал, я первый выстрелил 2 раза. А у меня снаряд улетел куда-то. Ладно. Снаряд, кстати.
That's incredible, sir.
Нихуя не
I
понял,
always
ну
thought
ладно.
that Doc Holliday was the one that killed him.
Да сука! Да он чмо ебаное.
That's incredible, sir. I always thought that Doc Holliday was the one that killed him.
Он позор Орды. А дача? Ну, возможно, кстати. Потому что я намного быстрее его стрелял. Да он заебал нахуй. 0,283 даже, еще быстрее стрелял. Это нормальная реакция, блядь.
That's incredible,
Киберкотлет
sir.
по 240.
I always
а
thought
у меня
that Doc
280,
Holliday
блядь.
was the one that killed him.
Пизда тебе, черт ебаный. Нет, я проебал. Блять, меня это вот двойное самоубийство заебало уже, осуждаю нахуй. Сколько можно, нахуй? Сколько можно?
That's incredible, sir. I always thought that Doc Holliday was the one that killed him.
Здорово. А, я могу тоже двигаться. Я же дебил, что ли, да?
That's incredible, sir. I always thought that Doc Holliday was the one that killed him.
А, да? Да он чё? Сука, охуел, блядь! Привет, Данила. Блядь, да сука, он какой-то уёбище какое-то ёбаное нахуй. Просто я не
It's
понимаю,
incredible,
вот эти вот
sir.
АД, что
I
оно
always
значит?
thought that Doc Holliday was the one that killed him.
Убью сейчас нахуй. Всё, пошел нахуй, долбоёб, старый дед ебаный нахуй. Да сука, он заебал меня нахуй, блядь! Уёбище, сука, тупое, блядь, гандон ёбаный. Да какого хуя мы самоубиваемся? Почему я не могу увернуться от этого пули ёбаной?
That's incredible, sir. I always thought that Doc Holliday was the one that killed him.
Не, блядь,
Sorry I
не,
had to
сука,
ruin the
уебок старый,
legend for you, boy.
блядь. Сосина.
But the legend ain't always true.
Данил от него пришел, поздоровался, ушел.
Doc Holliday had nothing to do
пенсия,
with the
блядь.
death of Johnny Ringo.
Во, сука, на. Вот морда охуевшая. Так, глава number 3.
I was paid a healthy bounty for Ringo and Curly Bill, and realized there was real money to be made. That's why I went after Henry Plummer.
Wasn't he the sheriff who augmented his income by shaking down miners and robbing gold shipments?
That's the one.
Oh, yeah, I remember him. He ran that gang of thieving outlaws called the Innocents.
So it's true that you went toe-to-toe with him?
Indeed I did, son. Indeed I did.
Indeed I did. Indeed I did something. Did I did. Так, одиночка, начало третьей главы. А, в этом эпизоде вообще только одна миссия, вот это вот, и все. Я говорю, игра быстро проходится.
I knew I needed resources if I was going to track down Roscoe Bob Bryant. And hunting Plummer
Её
looked
можно
like a
было
good
даже
way
на
to get
видосы
rich
снимать, на
quick.
самом-то деле.
As the local vigilantes exposed him as the leader of the bandits and put a generous price on his head. Plummer rallied his gang to plunder one last gold mine before making their escape, and that's where I thought I'd find him.
патронах. Нанеси больше урон здоровяков, да. Интересно. Нормально.
It makes me nervous standing so close to all these goddamn barrels of gunpowder.
Why would you be nervous? No one has the cojones to come after us. As long as you don't light up a cigar, we're fine.
Yeah, besides, George is up there on the rats with that rifle of his. Nothing gets past him.
Блять.
As my late father pointed out to me more than once, God made men, and Samuel Colt made them equal.
Мимо, долбоёб. Вот охуевший. Ля, сука. Какой-то рейнджер, блядь.
I knew that dynamite wasn't mine, so I decided the polite thing would be to return it. It was the biggest gold rush since Sutter's Mill in 48.
Да я знаю,
Unfortunately,
я уже стрелял, блядь.
prospectors weren't the only ones drawn to those riches. There were thieves and killers,
Ba-bam,
robbing
ba-bam.
travelers and hijacking gold shipments. Like those that ran with Plummer.
Куда побежал?
Some were just regular
Ладно,
folks I
это
knew from
уёбище, на самом
town,
деле.
drawn by greed and easy pickings.
Ага.
Charlie Crow, the blacksmith.
Суета.
James, who worked in the stable.
Спросить направо. Давай направо.
Sam and Jeremiah Barber, the butcher's sons. Ordinary citizens who lived a double life,
Да блять, иди нахуй, сука.
stealing and thieving and murdering their neighbors.
Что произошло вообще? Как я никого не убил? Это я немного не понял, ладно.
Of course, the rest were veterans of the Civil War. Stone cold killers trained on the bloody fields of Shiloh and Antietam.
Шоколад.
Plummer had a lot of men on his payroll. A hell of a lot.
Я уже не читаю, я просто хуярю.
That son of a bitch pretended to protect the public with one hand while stealing them blind with the other. He set up a defensive perimeter which I had no idea how to break. Dangerous, desperate individuals. I was outnumbered and in way over my head, but I was too damn stubborn and stupid to realize it. They must have thought I was touched, or had some kind of death wish, seeing as there were barrels of gunpowder everywhere.
Да сука, how much was this?
One stray bullet, one stray spark, and I'd be blown to hell and gone. Did I have any second thoughts about what I was doing? I thought I was some kind of hero.
Так я и есть hero.
I finally made it past and headed on to meet my destiny. But first, I had something I needed to figure out. I had a few ideas on how to get into that mine, but once I made my decision, I knew there was no turning back. So my first thought was to enter the nearest mine portal. I saw an entrance. Made sense. It was the quickest way in, but that also made it more dangerous, as there would undoubtedly be enemy pickets posted along the way.
И это ваши сторожевые отряды. Да, сука? Ебал нахуй. Крыса тупо.
Besides, once you enter a mine like that, it's easy to get all turned around. And that confusing maze of corridors wouldn't even be the worst of it. Some of those shafts could be as deep as hell.
Нахуй, сука.
A single stumble or misstep can easily end in a deadly
Блядь, ну
plunge
не
to
могу я
oblivion.
сидеть и читать нахуй. А хочется, блин. А хочется почитать.
Quick reflexes often make up for a lack of common sense. Luckily, I was never one to be easily bushwhacked.
Жесть.
I would just need to be careful not to blow myself to kingdom come.
Суета.
With all that gunpowder and dynamite everywhere, a body has to know what he's
Это
shooting
было
at.
логично.
All it takes is one tiny
А
spark,
если я кину туда
and
динамит,
boom.
он взорвется.
Take that asshole out!
А, я не забломалась, я понял. Слушайте, это тоже неплохая штука.
You ain't beefing me.
One wrong bullet could have turned that mine into a dad-blasted tube.
А как я убил его? What the fuck?
I freely admit that my plan of attack was not just moronic, but clearly insane.
Нихуя себе, блядь! Хо-хо-хо!
It's a good thing that I abandoned that ridiculous plan before I even tried it. Instead, I spotted a ladder, a way into the mine from the opposite
А, я
side.
понял. Это мне показало, как... Ебать, кек какой-то.
It was a long way around, but that
Это реально
approach
игра
seemed more
история.
sensible at the
Прикольно.
time. Of course, being I had a problem with heights, that scaffolding scared the bejesus out of me. Climbing down that ladder
Приколдесно.
required some caution, because even though I had a younger man's reflexes, no man can dodge a damn bullet while climbing down a rickety ladder. I needed to make a leap of faith. Which ain't easy when you're suspended between heaven and hell.
Нормально.
I was determined not to give up, however. As Sheriff Plummer seemed quite a despicable character. When the vigilantes discovered what the sheriff was up to, people were outraged.
Блять, я что-то...
That 10,000 they put on his head would go a long way to helping me find
Как он много пиздит, блять.
And I had made it my mission to settle that score come hell or high water. But first, I would have to make a choice. Take the elevator or climb the ladder.
Как же он много пиздит, нахуй. Ну он тут типа историю рассказывает.
I picked the more convenient and more dangerous route.
Я не понимаю, что он рассказывает. Если бы это на русском все было, да, было бы интересно. Сука. Ну, игра-то в первую очередь сделана для англоговорящих. Нет. А потом уже, блядь, для нас. Хоть переведи немного. И то грех жаловаться. Так, ладно, что у нас? Контатака после чувства смерти. Если ваши... Будьте... Ага. Понял. Нормально. Да где-то кнопка использовать? А, да? Стоп, а нахуй поднимался, чтобы вниз спуститься? Да не понял. Ну, наверное, да. А нет. Там эту тележку сейчас сесть надо еще, может быть.
Plummer was a mad dog killer, and the people of Nevada City deserved better.
Nevada City? Well, I thought Plummer met his maker in Bannock, Montana.
Right, well, he was the sheriff of both places at one time or another, but that's neither here nor there. The point was, taking him down would save a lot of lives, including my own.
Я чуть не поскользнулся, нахуй. Так. Законник. Бандит. Отступник. Генри Пламмер. Хуетолог.
Well, this day is just getting worse and worse for you, ain't it?
Henry Plummer was clearly unhinged, and I could see right away that this was gonna take some doing.
I'm going all medieval on your ass.
Да нихуя себе.
I need some help here. Come on, boys, take this cocksucker out.
Ясно, друзей позвал опять. Одну секундочку. Uno momento, my friend. Иди нахуй, блять. Кто не шмаляет меня? Здорово, Иисус, здорово. опять друзей позвал, блядь. А он не долетает. А нет, долетает.
So that's how Henry Plummer died. Him and his crew were worth their weight in gold. And now, I was officially a bounty hunter.
Чего, с первой части не слабо? Ну, как бы, я в целом не шарю, что это за, ну, игра. У меня просто она была в Стиме. Я посмотрел, что она проходит за один стрим. Мне нужно было просто забить один день на неделе стримом каким-то. Но не было игры на прохождение. Я решил один стрим ее пройти просто. Ну, во-первых, я даже не знаю, что это такое. И какие там первые части.
So, did you finally go after that Bob feller?
Well, I heard word he was in Kansas with John Wesley Hardin. So that's where I went.
Where in
Я не
Kansas?
шарю.
Abilene. Why do you ask, Ben?
No reason.
Was Hardin as fast as Ringo?
Ringo was fast, but John Wesley was as fast as the devil himself.
Это чел еще быстрее? Так, прошли мы эту главу, да? Давайте дальше, Гартай.
Hell, he killed his first man at 15. From that day forward, he had a price on his head and wouldn't back down for nobody, not even Wild Bill Hickok himself.
Но мне она нравится, потому что она рисованная. Игра рисованная и выглядит круто, реально. Так, эпизод 4 из 8. Короче, первые части, я, во-первых, не смотрел их, я вообще даже не знал о их существовании, начнем с этого. Я просто сидел, искал в библиотеке какую-нибудь игру, потому что мне нужно было забить один день на неделе. То есть я просто гортал, смотрю, какой-то ковбой, нахуй. Посмотрел, вроде прикольно выглядит. Ну и по итогу игра мне очень нравится. Там уже на тачках. Понял. Я думаю, эта игра восьмерочка очень стабильно залетает. Блядь. На, уёбок, блядь. Жуй.
I was there with the intention of finding that bastard Bob and collecting the bounty on John Wesley.
Да-да, Иисус, именно. Не знаю, я просто, типа, вообще... Просто выбрал ее. Как бы цели у меня не было проходить никакой игры. Кстати, Иисус, ты пропустил, когда Снайпер Элит 1 проходил.
I thought the Texas Rangers got Hardin.
Yeah,
Помню, ты когда
that's what they want you to believe. It was cold in a witch's tit and a brass bra that night as I fought my way past his loyal compadres. To the very same saloon we're sitting in today. Look around and imagine this place painted in blood.
Да, вот я проходил недавно.
Hardin
За
was
20 ма
waiting
прошел,
for
кстати.
me, and
Прикинь, бы сейчас такая Juarez против робота. Бля, ну это уже слишком, наверное, слишком было бы. Бля, что за Джокер, нахуй?
wait, I'm jumping the gun here. Let me back up and give you some background on this son.
Первая часть 2004
He deserves that. Don't you think so, Ben?
или 3-го.
John Wesley Hardin was a killer. By the end, he confessed to taking the lives
Зорро,
of
реально
42
Зорро, блядь.
men.
Усатый какой-то.
He was a bona fide folk hero by then,
это смесь
and had
Зорро
amassed a gang of armed miscreants
этого
and other assorted thugs.
Анонимуса ебаного.
He and his
Как
men
там
set up
Гая
camp
Фокса,
outside of town, and I was hoping Bob was
Ебать,
among them.
коровы бессмертные, ебаный.
Damn it! Shoot that son of a bitch!
Triple kill!
They didn't ask why I was there. They knew. Most of them were wanted as well. I figured Hardin was here somewhere, but to get to him, I'd have to get past his gun hands. I had to spill a lot of blood to find out Hardin wasn't in that camp. He was carousing in town with his closest friends.
Yes. Иди нахуй,
Hardin's
сука.
boys apparently didn't want me to reach the Bull's Head. Some were hightailing it into town to inform their jefe of my unwelcome presence.
Бля, заебали нахуй. Я-то думал сразу, что это графон уёбище. Но она просто рисованная, мультяшная. Часть игры. А сразу-то я и не понял. Ну и где-то
Stop that son of a bitch! Let the boys know we got another law dog.
ебло прикрой свое старое нахуй. Не, лучше на дробовика нет вообще.
I wondered if Bob was among them.
Who is Bob?
And I steeled myself for the fight ahead. For as good as I was, deep down I wondered if John Wesley wasn't just a little bit better.
Блять, сука, чешется ебаная голова. Такой бы FPS в РДРе, нахуй, 220, блять. Вот это я понимаю, нахуй. Да сука.
Before I could test my mettle against Hardin, however, I would first need to dispatch his cadre of hired killers. Most of these degenerates were beyond redemption, but John Wesley might have been a different story. I didn't learn until later that that night was in fact his birthday celebration.
There he is!
Иди нахуй, сука. Вот гандон ебаный нахуй.
I think I already mentioned that I found Hardin in this very saloon.
Да нахуй нужен мне, блядь, говно это ебаное.
You ain't shit.
Бегун. Да хуй там свои, блядь, эти запускаешь. Ебло. Ну и где вы теперь? Чистый год за бандитов. Ой, я случайно убил кого-то, лол.
To say, nobody there was happy to see me. In fact, I felt a certain hostility.
Падла нахуй. Иди нахуй, сука. Нет! Ебать он присел, падла. Son of a bitch.
I was disappointed that neither Bob nor John Wesley were among the dead. But that was short-lived, as a moment later I was facing down the fastest gun in the West.
Я не знаю. Так это и есть четвертая, если что. Первый раз убил в 15. Убил человека за храп.
I felt a bolt of adrenaline. Or maybe that was fear. He was well known for his
Ебать, он
tricks,
чё, ёбнутый?
and I knew I'd need my own if I was ever to defeat him.
Разговоров-то было, весь стрим буду сидеть. Ну ладно, ладно, сон-то святое, у тебя уже поздно.
No, wait! He didn't hit me
я не
there.
понял.
I'm sure of it.
Не понял я нахуй. Я full фокус ебанул, а он что-то не умер. Странный тип, ну ладно.
That man was faster than greased lightning. But being inebriated as he was, he didn't count his shots. And now, he was at my mercy.
So easy shot.
So he didn't die?
No, I sent him to prison. Years later, after he was free, some restless avenger took his life. Shot him in the back in a saloon just like this one. Anybody up for another beer? Ben?
Изи. Изи для меня. Так. Это была 4-я глава. Глава номер 5. Мы прошли половину игры за 2 часа. За час 40.
So whatever happened to that Bob guy you were after?
Personally, I'd like to hear some of your other adventures. Like, I don't know.
Рич с апельсином.
Did you ever go toe-to-toe with a red man?
Лайк. Чё богатый? Он самый пиздатый с апельсином.
I remember once I was after this renegade Apache, Grey Wolf.
Да не так уж и много.
Strangely enough, revenge was also his primary motivation.
Его в холодильнике есть. Постоянно там есть, на всякий случай. Кстати, я посмотрел все «Звездные войны», кроме последних 3 фильмов. Да-да я. Да-да я. Так, танцы со ступниками, глава 5. В этой главе тоже одна миссия. Слушайте, реально? Вот. А вы удивлялись, что за один стрим пройду? У нас дороговато стоит? Ну, хз, типа, у нас не так дорого. Ну, типа, обычный сок у нас рубль стоит, это 3 рубля. Просто обычный сок, он, ну, апельсиновый, я люблю апельсин. Он прожигает тебе, нахуй, все, нахуй, что у тебя внутри есть, как будто кислоту пьешь. Этот нормальный,
bounty was put on Grey Wolf's head, and that's how I came to hunt him in the mountains. Mountains so high they tickled the nether regions of heaven.
Ебать, да-да я, кстати, давным-давно в далеких горах.
Grey Wolf was a Chiricahua Apache medicine man who had led a war party in revenge for a massacre against his people. The U.S. Army had attacked his tribe during his daughter's sacred sunrise ceremony, and the slaughter was unspeakable. I understood his anger, as there's nothing more traumatic than seeing those you love die in a cruel and painful death.
Томатный со сметаной вообще имба.
Right from the beginning, I couldn't shake the feeling that Grey Wolf was watching my every move. He led a band of young Apache warriors who wanted retribution and were more than willing to die for him.
А хуй его знает. Ну, добрый с апельсином у нас полная хуйня. Типа, я не могу его пить. Или вообще добрый нет апельсиновый. Хуй его знает. А, я уёбищный. Ну, не я уёбищный, а сок я уёбищный. Да не я уёбищный. А кто уёбищный? Я, что ли? Вот я реально уёбищный сок.
They saw me before I saw them.
Реально. Вот уёбок ебаный пидор гондон, сука, чмо позорная. Да ясно. Это выжималка? Не, нет.
They saw me before I saw them.
Да не я, уёбищный, блядь. А что тут? В каждой руке обрез, хуйня. Домашняя высадка, убийство в ближнем бою. Станьте экспертом по взрывчатке. Что вообще тут еще есть интересного? Вы можете больше патронов для револьвера. Более долгая комбо. Давайте это. Кто, сука? Ебло тупорылая тварь. А, вот моя хп. Справа, походу. Черепок этот. А, не, это... Короче, хуй пойми, что это. Это хуйня, slow motion. Только выжималки у меня нет. Да и нахуя она, по сути. Типа, если бы я как-то дрочил на свежевыжатый песок, то да. Ой, блядь! Ебать, долбоёб, сука, тупой нахуй. Ёб твою идиотскую мать. Сука, вот уёбище. Фу, блядь. Ёбаный в рот. Прибежала нахуй. Мразота. Здесь он может поставить с Гаслинга, а хуй знает. Может дадут, может нет. Сука, блядь. Ёбаная дебилоиды, сука. Да ебать, он меня испугал. Их почти не видно, блядь.
It was rugged country, the winter home of the Chiricahuas, and that's why they had retreated there.
Да, их реально, их почти не видно, блядь. Ебаный, сука.
I admit to having some regrets about going after them the way I did. But then again, I got a lot of those.
У меня полно, к сожалению. Да-да.
Did you find Grey Wolf?
Not at that moment, but I did find the entrance to their hideout.
Кого нахуй? Что это было, блядь? Это интересно, это продолжение игры или нет? Ау! Я вот думал, скоро был. Давай, давай. Бам! Бам! Ёбище!
A deep crevice that led to a deeper cave.
In there.
Yeah, but it's not out of bravery so much as pure, angry cussedness.
Серый волк. Иди нахуй, сука. Фу, блядь.
See, back then, I had a stubborn streak a mile wide, and I wasn't about to back down.
So it was like pitch black in there?
Actually, it was pretty well lit, as they had torches on the walls.
Torches and walls. Хо-хо-хо-хо-хо. Хи-хи-хи-хи-хи, блядь. А, это они падали. О. Что это? Рейнджер? Нихуя не бачу, сука. А вот, все бачу.
How big was his cave?
Big as hell, Ben. Chiricahua had hid out there during the Indian War.
Я понял, они как попадают в меня, мне прицел сбивается. Поэтому туда попасть.
They thought it was haunted with the ghosts of those murdered by the horse soldiers.
The cave was haunted with dead Indian ghosts?
To be honest, I was more concerned with the live ones than the dead ones.
Блять. Непривычно немножко. Easy.
How come you know so much about engines?
A few years back, I was married to two Mescalero women.
At the same time?
Yeah, they were sisters. Polygyny is traditional among the Mescalero.
So what happened?
Oh, I had to get out of there. Those girls never shut up. Both of them nagging at me all the time. Drove me half crazy. Haven't seen them since.
No, I mean, what happened with Grey Wolf?
Oh, well,
Да ладно,
I pursued him into the cave of death.
Понятно.
I came upon this flooded grotto, and that's when I saw him.
Лё, сука.
He came to me unarmed
Чей дед, блядь?
and unafraid.
Чей
His
дед,
voice
нахуй?
echoed in the shadows. And I sensed he meant me no harm.
You carry great darkness in your heart, and if you do not release it, it will claim your soul.
The sound of his voice put some kind of ancient Indian spell on me.
Кого нахуй? Одну секунду. Иди нахуй, сука, блядь. У меня револьвер-то валяется, но я не знаю, где он.
As his story unfolded in my mind,
You will come to this place again and kill many more men, and the darkness will grow until it consumes everything that you are. The soul would have no rainbow, I had no tears.
Да, ну эпичный был бы
he said I
револьвер
was a
найти. Я
great
не знаю, где он,
warrior,
где-то лежит.
a coyote man, unequaled by any other pale-faced warrior, something like that.
The snakes will bite shadows of your past until the venom poisons your heart, and an echo of the song of the dead summons the spirits deep from within the mountains.
I didn't quite get what he was saying, but there was definitely snakes. And indeed, his warriors surrounded me and attacked me like hungry wolverines.
Так, быстро перезарядка револьвера. Угу. Лучше патрончик возьмем.
They couldn't stop me though, and Grey Wolf wasn't in the mood for idle talk.
Индейцы с дробовиками. Да иди нахуй, сука. чё нахуй? Ёбнутый.
I swear I couldn't see any way out of this trap.
Ебать.
But suddenly one just appeared. Kinda like a miracle.
Что происходит, блядь? Что тут происходит, блядь? Вот мне говорили, бля, если я буду смеяться на стримах, у меня будет миллион подписчиков. Где мои миллион подписчиков, сука, бля? Сегодня я завожу шоу.
I found myself back outside, perched on the edge of a precipice, overlooking a thundering white water river. To get where I was going required several leaps of faith, but no way in hell I was turning back.
Не могли же меня наебать, правильно?
I chased after him, determined to make him explain the meaning of all that mumbo jumbo.
Его нельзя представить.
Mumbo jumbo's right.
Mumbo
Are you making this all
jumbo.
up as you go?
Подскользнулся, блядь, больно в ноге, сука. Рейтинг хозяев. Лучше от Кесуса, блядь. У нас с ним мемы плюс-минус схожие.
There were dozens of Apache warriors aiming at me from on high.
Dozens?
Well, maybe not dozens, but there was a lot of them.
At least 3 or 4.
Well, more than that, little lady.
У меня примерно такой же юмор. О, блядь, сука, не бачу нихуя. Ах ты жук ебучий. Бать падла нахуй. Ладно, он ёбнулся.
I had a steep climb up creek ahead of me and scrambled up those rocks like a mountain goat. I was determined to locate Grey Wolf and find out exactly what the hell he was trying to tell me.
Ну это нормально.
Wouldn't you know it? That crafty son of a bitch led me right into a trap.
What kind of trap?
Well, son, there had to be at least 100 Apaches surrounding me.
100?
God be my witness.
Oh, come on. Who are you kidding?
Hey, I believe you. Come on, tell us how it ended.
All right, but I'm not gonna drag this out. Where were we?
You were surrounded by 100 Apache warriors.
Well, I didn't take the time to count them exactly, but there were a lot of them.
Следующий, нахуй. Вот это не договаривался. Секундочку, у меня тут суета происходит.
And in the end, a path appeared before me that I had not seen before.
Совсем с этих только ебанулись. Уже к индейцы идут. Так они так, индейцы ебаные нахуй. ТикТок, кстати, норм тема. Он очень неплохо продвигает. Так что. Да, один хуй это индейцы в любом случае.
I followed it as I desperately needed to find out what Grey Wolf was trying to tell me.
Anyway. Ну, типа...
But it was like that son of a bitch disappeared into thin air.
Ля, что за хуйня? Будет когда этим жесткая сейчас перестрелка, нахуй. Ну реально. Нет.
Never did find him.
Так, эпизод 5.
And never did collect my goddamn bounty.
Номер 6. Из 8 и пролога. Так, в 6 главе...
Thank you, darling. It's interesting how the truth can sometimes seem might malleable, depending upon your point of view.
Like how those dime novels make you out to be something you're not?
Jack, don't be starting trouble.
No, he's right. They do tend to exaggerate.
Did they exaggerate your part in taking down the Daltons?
Well, I was there in the flesh, boy, so I saw what happened firsthand.
Крутая игруха.
Those Daltons were lawmen once,
ты еще
before they all
удивлялся,
went
как за
bad,
один стрим можно
robbing
пройти.
banks and trains clear
Легко,
across the
нахуй.
territory, until Coffeeville, of course.
Бля, бомбу
I
проебал.
was one of the citizens who took up arms that day.
Fighting on the side of right.
I did my best, sir. We all did.
Well, dead. Блять, где ж у меня, сука, этот револьвер ебаный? Голова number 6, ёпта. Я-то не шмальну, но я найду нахуй револьвер потом. Блядь, а где он реально? Под такую музыку хочется вершить правосудие, блядь. Погнали.
It was early
Всё, пусть он
morning.
лежит здесь.
One of my friends was a local
Чтоб ты его видел.
gunsmith, and he handed out firearms to anybody who'd take one. You see, the Daltons got it in their heads to rob 2 banks at the same time. 2 banks
Да
on
это
the
ж,
same
блядь,
damn
настоящий
street.
ебаный нахуй. Все равно ни один стрим мой не монетизируется, так что мне
He
похуй.
can't stand against the Daltons.
Story was Bob Dalton's girl was always writing him about how he had no ambition. Oh, you're nobody next to Jesse James, she'd say. Finally, the bastard took his brothers to Coffeeville just to shut her up. Well, the locals recognized the Daltons right off.
Бля, суета.
Before they could get away, half the town took up arms to defend their property.
Иди нахуй, сука.
The brothers paid dearly for their stupidity, but everybody
Блядь,
knows
здоровый нахуй.
they had it coming.
There's more to it than that. I read all about that day, so I know for a fact that it went down very differently. First of all, it was high noon. A posse of U.S. deputy marshals were on the rooftop across the street.
Get ready, boys. They're gonna make a move.
The lawmen had been tracking the Daltons for months. Now they finally had them dead to rights. Among them was a bounty hunter feared by many a lawbreaker. The marshals tried to get the Daltons to surrender.
They'll give up eventually.
Это
We
все.
just gotta wait.
Это все.
This bounty hunter knew that the brothers were far too proud to ever lay down their guns. He went in there alone to confront those criminals.
Лёг, сука. Лёг,
One of the
сука.
marshals shouted, "Where are you going? Are you crazy?"
Hey, where do you think you're going, dumbass? That rifle's mine.
He saw a way to get around to the back of the bank. Then he figured out how to hit the Daltons from a direction they weren't expecting.
Куда мне?
From above. Fortunately,
Через крышу,
a
значит,
water tower was right there. A moment later, he was climbing up a steep ladder, laughing at danger as he did.
Ебать суетаря.
It was brave men like him who risked their lives to tame this wild country.
Блядь, что там происходит, нахуй? Ща, бум, твари.
We've got
Бра-бра.
company.
Heroic men like him, who did what other men couldn't or wouldn't to make this
Is
country
that
free.
Silas Greaves? Son of a bitch!
Like Jim
Son
Boone,
of a
David
bitch,
Crockett, who
man.
died defending the Alamo.
Да, суета какая. Иди нахуй, сука. Иди нахуй, бля. Эй, где мое золото? О!
Over there! That's Silas Greaves! What the hell?
Blam! Blam! He came away victorious, taking down those thieving Daltons. His name?
Вот так вот.
Silas Greaves. And when the dust finally settled, he was the last man standing.
Sorry, kid, but that just wasn't the way it happened.
Да, блядь! Хватит переписывать историю, суки.
It was early evening, not high noon.
Бля, ебать рофл.
I was late to the party and Coffeeville was already up in arms. The Daltons blew up a safe and were all set to hightail it out of there. Those pathetic deputies surrounding the bank were dropping like flies.
Лёд, лидер, любовник, лох.
I had been tracking those jokers for months, waiting for them to do something reckless.
На, долбоёб, блядь.
And finally, they did. Those stupid bastards decided to rob 2 banks at the same time in the same town where everybody knew them. But they still had friends in Coffeeville.
Иди нахуй, сука. Блядь, да на, ёпта. На тебя, посрать.
Those friends came after me like a pack of wild dogs, tooth and nail. They were coming at me from all directions.
Немножко весенной. Да что там происходит?
I caught sight of the Daltons running with the money and didn't want to lose them. Problem was, they knew the town better than I did. And to top it off, I found myself in the middle of another shootout entirely.
Did the Daltons hole up in somebody's house?
No, it was the Smiths, I believe. They were cousins of the Daltons. And they were shooting at the Browns, who were shooting at the Daltons. Which wasn't any surprise, because those 2 families have been feuding forever. And since the Joneses are related to the Browns, they shot at the Smiths, pissing off the Heimhoffers, whose daughter recently married a Smith. Well, bullets were flying every which way as all the old feuds in Kansas caught fire all at once. There was a hell of a lot of pissed off people in Coffeeville that day. But that's just the way life is sometimes. Shit happens.
Shit happens.
The Dalton boys knew I would never give up.
Так, новый уровень. It's a new level. Не знаю, чтобы такого вкачать. Скольные перезарядки. Не выпускать нажимаю деталь.
Those Daltons weren't the sharpest knives in the drawer, but they always stood together. They set a trap to slow me down and allow at least 2 of them to escape. The 3rd brother stayed behind to plant me, just in case that trap of theirs didn't work. It was Emmett, the youngest, and he decided to stand his ground and face me down.
I ain't afraid of you, Silas Greaves. This is where it ends for you.
He was determined to protect his brothers. I understood how he felt. Taking me on all by his lonesome wasn't exactly a recipe for a long life.
But Emmett Dalton survived the robbery in Coffeeville. He's the only Dalton who did.
They say he was shot 23 times.
Well, Dwight, who do you think put all those damn holes in him?
О, я. Да лохом, ёбать.
But I have to admit,
сука, блядь.
That boy had grit.
Ну ладно, ствол пусть лежит. 78% точности. Так, я все еще охотник за головами. Опа. Так, последняя в 6 главе миссия. Да что, стрим будет 3 часа сейчас идти или что? Не понял, бля.
We'll get those suckers.
It took me a couple of days to track the Daltons down.
Я думал, часов за 5 пройти можно хотя бы.
And in that time, a whole posse of local vigilantes offered to lend a hand.
We'll track him to the ends of the earth.
They seemed as determined as me to find those outlaws. But as we headed into those swamps, it was like I had my own private army. There was no way those boys were getting away this time.
Это я молодец. Да, не читает, я вижу 0.
It was early fall, right? Beautiful time of year. At least you had the weather on your side.
Not by my recollection.
Это правда.
It was damp and foggy as hell.
О, посчитал.
It was tough to stay on a true course, so we kept an eye out for landmarks.
Да, подавляю. Опять 0. Да, это правда. Скажи, как это работает, если честно. Бывает такое, да.
It was autumn. The maple trees were in full color. Red as blood.
Сука, блядь.
The rains that year were torrential, so the whole area was flooded. The vigilantes had spread out wide, and pretty soon I couldn't see anybody.
Bury them in the swamp. Let them where they stand.
Except for some bitches ahead of me wanting to do me harm. So I had to face them alone. I wondered why my compatriots didn't come running when they heard the shots.
Да не показывает, да и хуй.
So did you find the Daltons?
Not yet, but I did have the questionable pleasure of meeting a few of their friends.
Who is next?
The boys had established quite a reputation by that time, so they attracted all manner of riffraff to their cause.
Get on the dynamite. They're gonna bury you in a million. Yeah, they
Просто F5 нажми, я не знаю, обнови страничку. Может залагалось его. Понял. Так, у тебя еще не так поздно, чтобы спать, наверное. Я еще наоборот раньше запустил, ты уже спать собрался. Вчера на 2 часа позже. Вчера я в это время только запустил. Понял. Баба! Легко.
And my reinforcements was nowhere to be seen. Point being, I was under serious attack.
Ну, хотя 12. У меня мать примерно во сколько жила. Бля, суета, блядь.
But luckily, a barn materialized as if right before my eyes. I scrambled up top to get a better view.
Ёбнуться можно.
But just ended up falling inside.
So, how did you get out?
The barn doors was open. About right then, I saw some suspicious characters running for the bushes.
Это прикольно, эта история пишется по мере того, как ты играешь. Это круто.
But that goddamn swamp was like a goddamn maze, and pretty soon I had no goddamn idea where I was.
Goddamn right.
Steve? So I just started walking, and pretty soon
Что, блядь? Блядь, чей дед, сука, храпит?
Steve? Steve?
Huh? Oh, no, I'm listening.
Indians surrounded me from all sides.
Видите, написал индейцы.
Indians? They were Indians?
No. I just wanted to make sure Steve was paying attention. Now, where was I?
You were following the Daltons through a swamp?
That's right. See, Steve? Dwight's paying attention.
No, I'm listening. I was just resting my eyes.
So, where was I?
The Daltons.
Right. See, there's a reason so many outlaw gangs are made up of brothers. Being a brother is a very sacred thing. It's a bond like no other.
Абьюз получается какой-то. Да, нормально это опыта сыпет за эти бочки. По ракету где-то. Главное, самой от них не откинется.
Bounty hunters! Stop that,
So did you ever find the damn Daltons?
Not yet, but I did find a few of their cousins. You Kansans breed like rabbits. More Smiths or Heimhoffers or who knows what. But hell, what's more important than family? I'll bet Ben knows what I'm talking about.
Бэм. Вот суки, твари. Давай, спасибо. Ну туда. Плюс-минус 2-3 миссии осталось. Да ебать, окей, сука. Ебать. Наугад выстрелил, убил. Ебать, их тут пиздец, конечно. На реакцию чисто, да? Давай! Какие-то крутые щитоносцы уже пошли. Дырки позаклеивали, блядь. Наверное, ничего не надо. Нихуя себе. Больно. Тихо. Давай охуели, блядь. Охуеть. А как я должен был угадать тут? Ну это было жестко. заебал шотать через стену. Вот гандон, блядь.
I knew those Dalton boys were out there somewhere, standing together against anyone who would threaten them.
Получился. Так. Что следующий?
And that's when I saw it. A goddamn steamboat.
A steamboat in a swamp?
Yeah, Steve, but this wasn't much more than a wreck, really.
But how'd a damn steamboat end up in the swamps?
Guess it floated off during the flood of '89.
Now, was it a stern wheeler or a side wheeler?
What? Does that really make a difference, Steve? It was a steamboat with a goddamn army on board. It was then that a fusillade of bullets come raining down from our house. And those vigilantes who accompanied me weren't anywhere to be found. But among those men that were shooting at me, I thought I saw some familiar faces.
Нормально. Это было немного неприятно, конечно. Так, скилл. Быстрое прицеливание. Просто бут охуевший, сука. Я что болта заебало.
Somewhere up there, the Daltons were waiting on me.
Жесть.
Sounds like you don't give up too easy.
That's the kind of man I am, Ben. I set out to do something. I do
Бля,
it.
больно.
Surrender just ain't in my nature. Plus, I'm stubborn as hell.
Клёво кинул, да? О, заебись. Баба!
I'm gonna shoot you dead.
Иди нахуй, сука, блядь. Ну бля, нормально он на суете подорвался, въебал мне. Пиздец. Вот ебло тупое. Я пал как воин. Этот чел был поставленный жестко, пиздец.
Right about then, much to my relief, the vigilantes finally arrived. Their leader motioned at a cabin in the middle of the top deck, pointing me directly at the Daltons. I finally had them, after months of dogged pursuit. But it turned out that they had me.
Take him out! I'm sending you to hell!
Наебал нас.
The Daltons had played me like a fiddle. Apparently, the vigilantes were on their damn payroll. They didn't just want to shoot me. They wanted to burn me alive. But finding my way out of a burning labyrinth proved to be quite a challenge.
It was a riverboat, right? I mean, it's not like it was a goddamn ocean liner.
Well, yeah, but I was in a
Did you
fight.
hear about that ship that's gonna launch next year?
Right.
Largest one in the world.
You're talking about the Titanic. If you ask me, it's too blessed big. I don't think it'll even float.
So anyway,
Don't be stupid, Steve. They know what they're doing. They say that the Titanic is unsinkable.
oh God,
But getting back to that steamboat, how'd you get off it, Mr. Breeze?
I took in a lot of smoke that day, so I admit my recollection might be a bit hazy. But somehow I managed to finally disembark. It was time to settle this once and for all.
Бля, сука, блядь, резня, нахуй.
Battlegrad weren't about to come at me one at a time. They
Ебать.
were in this together. Two brothers side by side, determined to take me down. Confident that this time the odds were on their side.
Двоих. Ну, блядь, не угадал. Не угадал. А как? Интересно. Да ё-моё! Тяжело. Да, проморгал, да. На этой реакции 0,40. Почти полсекунды. Да вы что, издеваетесь? Так дуэль против двоих нечестно. История запомнит класс.
Two
Как
brothers
круто.
side by side, determined to take me down. Confident that this time the odds were on their side.
Да я не понимаю. 0,275. Я очень быстро выстрелил.
They got it wrong.
Ooh, let's go,
A
boys.
sad end for those two. If they'd only known that Emmett was still alive despite his wounds. Paroled 14 years later, he moved to California and sold real estate and lived off the legend of that fateful day. And the tragic death of his two
Честно убита.
brothers.
Вот так вот. Так, предпоследняя глава. 7-я. Потом будет 8-я и пролог. Погнали дальше.
My own brothers died tragically as well, truth be told.
Эпизод 7. Так.
It was 1868, and me and my older brothers were pulling a tidy profit running cattle into Juarez, Mexico. One night after my brothers retired for the evening, I found a little poker game in a cantina with a couple of cowboys. And I just couldn't lose. I even won an old Spanish coin that had to be 100 years old. Well, I was mighty pleased with myself the next morning as my brothers and I rode for Texas. But before we crossed the border, those cowboys caught up with us. It was Johnny Ringo, Roscoe Bob Bryant, and another asshole named Jim. They wanted their money back and everything else we had, including our lives, as those boys didn't want us coming for them later. Bob put that old Spanish coin in my mouth and said, "I won't have it said that I left you with nothing, boy." Well, those horses bolted, and there we hung as those bastards rode away. The branch finally snapped under the weight of the three of us, but being my older brothers were bigger and heavier, they were already dead. And right then I swore to myself that I would avenge them. Ringo you know about. But Bob eluded me, until I heard he was riding with the Wild Bunch.
Жестко. Не самое удачное ограбление поезда. Так, в этой тоже одна миссия. А вот в 8-й 2. Так.
I'd been on their trail for months, ever since they left their hideout in the Bighorn Mountains. Led by Butch Cassidy, they were a loose association of outlaws who robbed banks and trains from Colorado to Montana. Among them was the Sundance Kid, and that murderous hombre I was tracking, Roscoe Bob Bryant.
Were you a part of that giant Pinkerton posse after the Wild Bunch?
No, boy. A circus like that would have slowed me down. Besides, I wanted Bryant all to myself. I'd heard about a large shipment of gold being transported to Wilcox, Wyoming on the Overland Flyer. They blew the bridge with the intention of forcing the train to stop. Well, I assumed the Wild Bunch was likely in the still intact part of the train high above, so I had no choice but to make my way up through the passenger cars dangling down. I was determined to make that sumbitch Bob pay for what he did to my brothers.
Ой, мама. Жесть. Оу. Произошла суета. И патроны.
My ears are still ringing from blowing up that ridge.
Well, I made my way off unscathed and came upon a few members of the gang and had no choice but to dispatch them. From there, I had to negotiate an even more precarious route. But first, I would need to get my ass out of there.
Это фраза не ваншотит.
I jumped from the frying pan into the fire as the train was clearly fixing to fall. I found the gang, but in order to find old Bob, I needed to fight my way forward past a whole passel of desperados. Outside, inside, any way I could, I made my way towards my prey.
Well, what about the passengers?
It was mostly a freight train, as I recall. There were no passengers aboard that day.
Ой, точно, у меня очки есть, я их не заметил. Тебя в прошлом медами ставил, когда впервые выносил урон. О, прикольно. Не, лучше это. Концентрация решает. Лучше винтовка.
As I mentioned before, I am not fond of heights. But I was too busy dodging bullets to worry about falling to my death.
Son of a bitch!
Odds were I was likely to die that day anyway. So I was determined to take down as many of those bastards as I could.
Yeah, you know.
Паскуда, ну, чуть не прибей меня.
You ain't seen the likes of.
Times it was like shooting ducks in a shooting gallery. The only difference is these damn ducks shot back.
Нормалдесно, гандошло. Думаю, шансов выжить у них 0.
I kept hoping the law would show up and give me a hand.
Like that giant Pinkerton posse that I read about. Did they come riding in, guns a-blazing to help?
Ну-ка. Большой отряд против дикой банды. Нормально.
Help? From the Pinkertons? No, son. I had to fight the wild bunch all by my lonesome, as usual.
Who the hell is that? Now you're really pissing me. Take cover! Retreat! Retreat!
Yeah. Ну ладно.
He's killing everybody! Calm down the thunder. Still stay.
Слишком просто.
My guess is those dime novels didn't portray this as it happened, did they? Only a few stragglers were left, and I had to cut them down pronto if I was going to stay on old Bob's trail.
No amount of gold is worth this! Run if you want to live! This guy's a psycho!
Once I silenced all those guns, I went searching for my nemesis, determined to finally have my justice. But the only survivor who welcomed me was George Flat-Nosed Curry.
Who was he?
The fastest gun in the gang. Right after Sundance, I mean. And Kid Curry, and maybe Elsie Lay. Though some folks might dispute that.
Окей. У меня было 0,8. Базару нет. Крутой мужик, крутой. Если у меня было 0,8, то у него было где-то 0,5. То есть мне нужно быстрее 0,5 выстрелить. Это будет непросто.
On that very same day, Butch Cassidy and the Sundance Kid decided to leave the Wild Bunch behind and decamped for South America. They ended up living down there for many years, but I'm sure you already know all about that.
Это была 7-я глава. У нас сейчас на очереди 8-я, последняя глава. В ней 2 миссии и эпилог.
I tried to find Bob Bryant, but it was as if he'd disappeared. Sometime later, I heard the Wild Bunch was back together. Kid Curry escaped from jail, and now he was running the whole shebang. So I took to their trail, as I was still in pursuit of my brother's killer and hoped that he was back with him.
That kid Curry.
Так, скиллы. Подсказки о врагах. О.
Kinda crazy, ain't it? Don't let him hear you saying that.
Anyways, I tracked those boys to a camp right outside Parachute, Colorado.
Who's shooting at? We're under
Being
fire!
outnumbered, I didn't bother with a warning shot. I just started taking those bastards down. Old Bob wasn't among them, and neither was Kid Curry. I could sense him close by, however, plotting something nasty. I just needed a clue as to their whereabouts.
Нормалдесная суета. Ищите улики.
And I found one. A map with their bold plan clearly marked. This time they were fixing to blow up a train trestle. Property of the Union Pacific.
Union Pacific.
The plan clearly indicated how they were fixing to undermine several of the weakest wooden supports.
Следующее утро. Жесть.
Kid Curry was considered the wildest of the wild bunch. It was said that he fathered 85 bastard children, though some say it was only 5.
Let's go, boys.
Kid Curry had bragged to a whore how he was gonna rob a train heading to the U.S. Mint in Denver. And that whore, Fat Sally, she told me. The bridge was rigged with dynamite, so I decided I'd best be careful confronting those bastards. Exactly. One misplaced shot and that could easily have happened.
Окей, то есть мне нужно... Да.
I made it a point to remove any dynamite that I came across. A moment later, I saw a ladder that somehow had escaped my attention.
Don't you blow us up now.
Don't worry, I know what I'm doing.
See? One wrong shot,
нельзя.
and they never would have found all the pieces of me.
Don't you blow us up now.
Don't worry, I know what I'm doing.
What the hell?
But the Wild Bunch did not take kindly to my presence and attempted to blow my head off.
Еще бы, блядь, вот добрался к такому приходу, блядь. Пришел, убил. Убил, пришел. Блядь, как слезть нахуй? Окей.
It appeared the kid had found a number of new recruits to bolster their ranks. Guess there's always desperate men willing to trade their lives for stolen treasure.
Yes, just wanna die.
What happened next?
Well, having removed the first bundle of dynamite, I decided I might as well remove the other one. Once that was done, I figured I'd find my way from there.
Взрывать не буду, а то страшно. О, блядь. Осуждаю, да. Нормальный я, блядь. Белый бастард. Ебать, охуевшая морда.
Ready to meet your maker. Looks like pissing me off. Trust this process dangerous.
So, what happened then?
I had to remove more of that damn dynamite.
Ебать, он умер круто. Скриншот.
It must have been terrifying trying to make your way across.
I was sweating it a bit, but then I noticed a footbridge tied up on high, so I shot the rope.
Пешеходный мостик, блядь. Чаточку начну, парни. Так. Пешеходный мостик. А вот. Охуеть, пешеходный мостик, блядь. Бля. Суета. Блядь. Нихуя себе, блядь. Нормально.
So that was all the dynamite?
Funny you should mention that, darling. As actually there was a fourth charge impeding my progress. Once I removed it, my path was pretty clear.
Так. Левел, да? Обрезанный дробовик. Блин, не хочу. Не хочу качать дробовик. Обрезать, точнее, а не дробовик. По-любому я знаю. Опа, беда.
You ain't killing me.
Заебал.
So I proceeded onward and realized that that way just wasn't gonna work. I needed an alternate path forward.
Добротно. Так, лестница наверх, так? Окей, alright. Альтернативный вход. Пошел. Считается? Надеюсь, да. Стоп, куда мне надо вообще? А, это я сам по приколу пришел сюда. А, ну я же сюда и пришел. Ёбаный свет. А мне вообще туда надо. Нормально, так забалдел.
Luckily, I found a cave, and as I made my way back to the bridge, I saw something that concerned me. It was a long burning fuse, and it was moving fast as hell. I had to catch it. The burning fuse was so damn quick, I had to run like the wind. I almost had it, but no. Thought I was gonna have a coronary when I lost sight of those sparks. My heart was pounding like a sledgehammer. I knew that failure meant boom. Then, finally, at the last moment. Whew.
Фу, сука.
Of course, I was successful, or clearly I wouldn't be talking to you folks here today.
Ой, ебать, я успел прям в секунду.
Naturally, I removed the last dynamite charge.
Ебаный.
Well, it was a touching reunion. But by this time, I was thoroughly exhausted and dragging my ass as I was not a young man anymore.
Интересно, ли членов банды. А я найду. Найду и уничтожу,
Kill that SOB! Make him bleed! Send him to perdition!
Luckily, I found those boys. Or more precisely, they found me.
My bad.
Pete's Tracer and Kid Curry asked me! Better than a damn fruit cake!
Блядь, ну сам виноват, проебался с выстрелом.
Pete's Tracer and Kid Curry asked me! None of your damn fruit cake!
Ебать. Норм так суета.
Get around here!
Я думал, показалось.
Just when I thought things couldn't get worse, Kid Curry opened up on me with a goddamn Gatling gun. It was hidden in this tunnel and pretty well shielded.
Yeah, boy. Пит, карри. Ебать хуило.
Luckily, I had located some dynamite. I still, however, had my work cut out for me.
Да, это жопа. Son of a bitch.
Eventually, I brought that tunnel down. And that's when I met Kid Curry himself. He had decided to stop pussyfooting around and deal with me personally.
Дуэль. Ду-ду-ду-ду. Я готов. Хуёво. 0.327, ну да, хуёво, согласен.
As he was,
сюда.
I was just a bit faster.
Он был быстрым, но я был быстрее.
And as he lay wounded, I demanded to know the whereabouts of Roscoe Bob Bryant. He shouted at me. Is that what this is about? Bob went with Butch and Sundance to South America. You ain't never finding him. Those were his last words.
Ба-ба-ба-бам. Пройдено. Ля, нормально опыта насыпало. Суета. Идем дальше.
So, Bob Bryant got away?
I knew I'd never find him in South America.
What about the other killer?
Yeah, you kinda glossed over that one.
Well, I found Jim not long after my showdown with Ringo. At the time, he was riding with the James Younger gang. Did I neglect to mention that?
Эпизод 8. Последний эпизод и эпилог. Так, в 8-м эпизоде у нас
Jesse James, the greatest outlaw who ever lived.
И эпилог. 2 миссии и эпилог.
Jesse and his kin rode with Quantrill when he raided Lawrence, Kansas, and killed near 200 people, boy.
Nothing great about that.
And from there, him and his brother went on to rob banks and trains from Kansas to Missouri.
Which is why there was such a rich bounty on their heads. 40 grand for both of them, dead or alive. That's one hell of a payday.
Смерть верхом на стальном жеребце. Новая игра плюс есть даже, прикольно. Но я не люблю новую игру плюс вообще никак.
confronted them as they were robbing a train. Bullets were flying at me from every which way. But I knew I'd have to fight my way forward if I was gonna find this gem.
Now wait a second. Now, how'd they stop this train in the first place?
Well, the James boys were experts at this.
Сука. По легенде. Мог одним взглядом остановить поезд Джесси Джеймс. Ебать ролл.
They hopped a freight train having heard there was a big payroll in the express safe. So, I hopped the same train.
Бля, сука. Да, пострелял даже 2 раза. Ебать он
The
имба,
James Younger
конечно.
gang was decimated
Так
after that
ебашит,
little fiasco
пиздец.
they had in Northfield, Minnesota.
Ты зашел как раз таки
So
наконец.
Jesse
Это
needed
последняя
more
глава.
men and took on the killer I was after, along with a host of others. I was hoping to find my man and put a bullet in his head. Climbing around that train, I must have swallowed 100 damn bugs before I
The
reached
James
that.
Younger gang pulled the first train robbery west of the Mississippi.
Sounds like you hold them in high regard.
Everyone knows they were the most famous outlaw gang ever.
And you took them all on by your
well.
lonesome. Again.
Again.
I'm finding this all a little hard to swallow, friend.
Well, maybe you need to wash it down with some whiskey. By the way, did I mention that train was flying down those tracks like a bat out of hell?
Гарник вообще нормально стоят. Суета. Да, блядь. Ты уёбок. Нормально, я его в полете взорвал, но взорвал вместе себя, блядь. Вместе с собой. Никто не взорвал, кто подстава. Хуесос, блин.
Anyway, excuse me, Ben. Where would I find the gentleman's facilities?
Ну
Suddenly
да.
I have an urgent need to drain my one-eyed
так
snake.
эпично и месиво.
Well, I've
Я
had
так
more than a
кайфу.
few drinks, and I've been sitting here for quite a spell.
Right through there. Let me show you.
Крутая игрушка, бля, мне вообще нравится.
I never heard so much malarkey in my life.
You think he's bullshitting us?
You don't think he's Silas Greaves?
I think he's just some old drunk looking for some free liquor.
Чё не обзывают?
I don't know, Jack. I think I believe him. You don't think he met Jesse James?
Boy, you gotta be kidding me. That story makes no sense at all.
Jack.
I mean, you gotta be 2 bricks short of a load to
Ебать,
believe
Джек
that
хейтер
cock and bull
какой-то.
story.
I don't agree.
Jack, lay off the
But you
bar.
seriously think that tired old man went toe-to-toe with Jesse James?
Well, that's better. Did I mention that this Jim was married to the infamous Belle Star? Of course, I didn't learn that until later. Anyway, I made my way forward the best I could. Around the side, over the roof. At some point, some sumbitch saw me and shouted out, "It's the damn Pinkertons!"
It's a damn Pinkertons!
Now, I never worked for that limey cocksucker, but I
Когда
guess they
видео куплю.
assumed I was one of his assassins. Those evil bastards firebombed Jesse's mother's house and killed his stepbrother. It's no wonder each and every asshole on that train wanted me dead.
Я в 30 FPS играть не хочу, это невозможно. Это мучение, а не геймплей. А я хочу именно играть. Если куда, блядь, такие бабки давал. Блять! Куплю видюху, буду дальше играть. Я думаю, где-то весной, ближе к апрелю.
It was a rickety ride and quite precarious.
Блять.
We're waiting for you! You can't fight James, gang!
Тут на аккуратном надо, конечно. Hitman 2, но мы еще первую не проходили.
Everybody's always mistaken
Ну,
you
я
for
как и раньше
somebody
играю
else.
в игры, которые в голосовании побеждают.
Don't rightly
Пока что
know,
Hitman не
Jack.
выиграл
I'm
голосование.
just telling you how I remember it.
Если выиграть, то
I
будем
bet
играть.
you are.
I'm gonna shoot!
Такие дела. А что использовать? А, есть. Бля. Иди ща. Ебан он шмаляет нормально.
I came across a flat
Ебать.
car piled high with logs and had to come up with a creative way to
Я
make my
лучше
way
игру
forward.
потише сделаю. Говорю, как и раньше, побеждает голосование. Все. Как и раньше.
I wondered if I was ever going to find the front of that train.
Пока что
Or
Hitman не
the
побеждал.
bastard I was after. Right about then, I was attacked by some asshole
Yeah,
on a
no,
Gatling gun.
Ага.
Yeah, seems like you run into a lot of them.
Asshole?
Gatling guns.
Yes, I did. Now, I don't remember how I took it out. It was either a bullet or dynamite.
Where would you find dynamite?
Нихуя. Ну я почти убил его, сука.
Right about then, I was attacked by some asshole on a Gatling gun.
Yeah, seems like you run into a lot of them.
Asshole?
Gatling guns.
Yes, I did. Now, I don't remember how I took it out. It was either a bullet or dynamite.
Да как он попал в меня? Ладно.
Right about then, I was attacked by some asshole on a Gatling gun.
Yeah, seems like you run into a lot of them.
Asshole?
Gatling guns.
Yes, I did. Now, I don't remember how I took it out. It was either a bullet or dynamite.
Where would you find dynamite?
Does it really
Yeah.
matter, Jack?
Это
You're
игра
messing with the
13.
flow of the story here.
Но видишь, прикол ее в том, что она рисованная. Это не графика, это вот, значит, видишь, полумультяшная такая. Затем она меня забавляет. Короче, это игра-комикс. Понял? О. Нет, тут видишь, взрывы, кровь, видишь, такое замедление, чисто мультяшная игра. Комиксная. Не знаю, мне она очень понравилась. Это чем прикольная тема. Бля, хуярит. Да сколько вас там нахуй?
I was looking for Jim and shooting any son of a bitch stupid enough to get in my way. And that included Jesse James himself.
Ебать, последним патроном. Так.
There sure were a lot of men determined to die that day.
Brother, I'm gonna make you pay for that.
Как я понял, это все Walking Dead. Я не играл в Walking Dead. Я хз. Но мне очень нравится, как она выглядит. Она прям такая рисованная, мультяшная, чисто комикс. Вот он рассказывает историю, и вот... Бля. Он рассказывает историю, и эта история у тебя происходит. Прикольно. Если там история неправдива, то оно откатывается. Ну, забавно.
See Jesse waiting for me, fixing to kill me so he could get away
бля,
with all
поскользнулся,
that
сука.
money.
Что делать? Так, катсценочка.
You had a showdown with Jesse
Опачки.
James?
Of course he didn't. Everybody knows that Jesse was killed by Bob Ford.
Yeah. Jesse went out like John Wesley Hardin. Coward shot him in the back of the head.
Guess it doesn't matter how far you run, does it, Ben? Your past always catches up with you.
Изи,
Yeah, I didn't
нахуй.
kill Jesse James.
Что по
Just
реакции?
wounded him bad enough to convince
250
him to hang up his
миллисекунд.
guns.
Изи.
What about that Jim
Ну,
fella?
сука.
What happened to him?
I
Всё
figured he
ещё
was up
достоин.
front with a
Всё
gun
ещё
to the
достоин.
engineer's head. That bastard slipped away again. I'll tell you how I got him.
Yeah, boy.
But first I need to wet
Все
my
еще
whistle.
достоин. Нормально, уебал. Погнали дальше. Без пощады. Так, это вторая глава, да? Да, вот вторая глава, и будет еще третья и эпилог. И будет все, и конец. Это вторая.
After my showdown with Jesse, I continued to track his brother, Frank, and that son of a bitch Jim.
Sunbed Jam.
I followed those bastards into the high mountains as they were going to ground.
What mountains would that be?
Somewhere in the Ozarks, I believe. The perfect place to hide out from the authorities.
Ля,
In fact,
суета.
before I could find them, Some Indians who fled the Reds and were hiding out from the military found me first. They probably thought I was a cavalry scout and didn't want me telling the military where they were. They could have been Cheyenne, but there was all sorts of renegades roaming the landscape back then.
Заебали нахуй. Хуяли, блядь. Или нахуй. Ебать, он меня чуть не уебал.
Hey, how about another whiskey, Ben? Nothing better to soothe the troubled soul.
Не бачу нікого.
Now, where was I? Indian tribe. I had more than my share of run-ins with the red man. Like that time. Did I tell you about Grey Wolf?
Yes, sir.
Ебать.
Of course I did. In fact, I could still remember that old medicine man's words to me.
Jesus Christ, we're back to that
Суета.
again.
Сколько вас
You
на?
carry great darkness in your heart. It will claim your soul. You will come to this place again and kill many more men.
Да блядь. Сам нахуй. Да ебать, суки вы нахуй.
And the darkness will grow until it consumes everything you are.
Подожди секундочку.
So, did you ever find it? The man you are after?
Let me ask you something,
Ебать,
Ben.
суета нахуй.
You ever think about death?
Кстати, вспомню еще, как ты
Mr.
играешь в
Graves,
Нивертидик, но в
are you
принципе
alright?
так-то их немало. Бля, я вообще впервые играю в такую игру. Вот скажу честно. Так что я без понятия. Телефон не надо.
Ooh, death.
Хуя, запел.
Oh, death.
Хуя, блядь. И честно, я вот реально впервые вижу такую игру. С такой
Won't you
рисовочкой и прочей
spare
хуйней.
me over till another year? What is this that I can't see with ice cold hands taking hold of
Красиво,
me?
кстати, очень.
Well, I am death, none can excel.
Ля, запел,
I'll
сука.
open the door to heaven or hell. Oh, death, someone would pray. Could you wait to call
Я не играл, понял?
another day? Oh, death. Oh, death.
Ну, если бы играл, наверное,
Spare
вспомнил бы.
me over till another year.
So, are you gonna answer the question?
What question is that?
Jim Reed. Did you ever find him?
Reed was indeed that son bitch's surname. That's right, Ben. A despicable character. I remember him laughing like a hyena that cold morning they lynched me and my brothers. He was intent on avoiding my vengeance, but nothing was gonna stop
Что
me.
за эта игра? Вообще чисто случайно нашел ее. А, журнал, нихуя себе. Когда это было, блядь? Фрэнк Джеймс! Видишь, реально, как в этих... как в комиксах. Такая рисовочка так показывается.
I finally did track those outlaws down. They had long rifles with scopes and were well positioned to pick off any poor soul who came anywhere close.
А я в 9-м году нахуй черепашек ниндзя коллекционировал, блять. Со Шреком вместе.
I'm guessing Frank James believed I was responsible for the demise of his brother Jesse. I couldn't really disagree with the man, as I thought Jesse was dead then as well.
О, я вижу его.
He backed off as I closed in on him, but he was still intent on killing me. And when I closed in on him again, he backed off again, looking for a better angle on me.
Блядь, долбоёб тупорылый нахуй, еблан, дебил. Ай, сука. Под пулю умер. Ебать.
Well,
он мне въебал.
I can't fault Frank for wanting his revenge, as I was there for the same damn reason myself. At this point, I'm guessing you think Silas Greaves is a worse murderer than Jim Reed ever was.
No, sir.
A man who spent half his life killing somebody's brothers,
Заебать, он заебал.
sons.
I think you were just looking for justice, sir.
Is that what I was looking for, Dwight? Is that what it was? Justice?
О, боже. Почему так, нахуй? А как надо было... Ну, выстрелить-то вряд ли. Да, вот так. Не помню такого чудаковатого персонажа, как его звали, который бегал с клюшкой в хоккее. Бля, ну я понял, о ком ты, но я тоже не помню его. Что-то на К, наверное.
James gang? Right. I finally found Frank holed up in his mountain cabin. He was determined to have me dead. It was a pitched battle that could have gone either way. Luckily, I had some dynamite in my possession.
Dynamite? On your person?
A few sticks, just in case. It's always good to be prepared.
Right.
I'm just laying out the facts as I remember.
Да сука, он заебал. На. Соси.
That old shack? Well, it went tumbling right off that cliff.
With Frank James still in it?
Yes, sir.
But Frank James is still alive, living in Missouri, showing folks around the family farm for 25 cents a tour.
I didn't say he died in the fall, now did I?
Так. Дуэль. А, он выжил.
I'm done with this damnable outlaw life. Kill me, don't kill me, do what you will. At this point, I just don't give a shit.
I explained to Frank that I had nothing against him personally and that I was looking for someone else.
You want Reed? Have at him. I never did like that bastard. I am done here.
We parted in peace as Frank pointed out the path to my prey before making his way back down the hill.
Ага. Дистанционно можем взорвать динамит? Да, можно. Ну, в плане, типа, этой хуйней, то тут была такая миссия, я наоборот спасал динамит. Тут можно динамит в прыжке взрывать, ну не в прыжке, а в полете, там подобная хуйня. Ну, так как ты говорил, не, пока такого не было. Но я проходил миссию, и я наоборот тушил запал.
So what happened with Reed?
Well, I finally found the last of the gang hiding in a nearby cave. First, I had to dispatch the lookouts, as I was determined not to let that murderer escape my revenge again. But rather than wander in willy-nilly,
Ну,
I
после таких
decided it
целей,
would be
как
better
бы.
to smoke that son-bitch out. Hey, Reed! I shouted. No wonder you're so ornery. Can't be easy being married to Bill Starr. While you're off providing for the family, she's spreading her legs for every Tom, Dick, and Cole Younger. Not an attractive woman exactly, but very friendly. At least she was to me.
Son of a bitch!
Son of a
It was
bitch!
then that the last bunch of bandits jumped out of hiding.
Why won't this asshole give up? Would someone please kill him?
Так, вкачаемся, пока мы живы. Что тут есть? Быстрая перезарядка револьвера, быстрая скорость концентрации. О, это... Блядь, это тяжело. Ну, ладно, я сам вышел, можно было за укрытием сидеть нахуй и дрочить просто.
Why won't this asshole give up? Would someone please kill him?
Типа вот так.
Don't let him through.
Где мой левел новый, суки? Да, суета, бля.
Eventually, it was just me and Reed.
Дуэль, погнали. Ля какой, блядь, хуй.
I had waited a long time to face him down, so I could repay him for what he did to my brothers.
Ебать, это тяжело. Вот сука. Фу, бля, уебище. Ну я плюс-минус, бля, 0.300 мало. Сам себя быстрее, получается, да. Кстати, реально, блядь. ПВП с самим собой. Сука! Не угадал. 0.274.
Красавский.
Так.
Доначу на Half-Life 2. 1 рубль. Проходи, сука. Half-Life
Нет.
2. Донат. Че урубить, хуй знает.
Еще 99 и я согласен.
Ну, у меня есть вот это.
Бан, блядь!
Ты шо, еблан нахуй, хуль ты орешь?
Поэтому...
Бан, блядь!
Да иди нахуй, сука. Спасибо за рубль. И ему пизда.
And repay him I did.
Да я сам испугался. Какие Fallout 3? 100 рублей заказ игры. Спасибо за лайки огромное. Ну что, последняя глава сейчас будет. Хороший, плохой, мертвый. Убито честно, легко. Да, сука.
Well, I don't know about you boys, but I'm pretty beat.
Well, it's too damn bad you never found that Bob character. Seems a shame he never had to pay.
Well, funny thing about that, I did have one more chance at him. Six months ago, I heard that Butch and Sundance were back in the States and had gathered up some of their old gang. I tracked him down, hoping that Roscoe Bob Bryant had returned with him.
So you're saying they didn't die down in Bolivia?
That's what I'm saying.
Это последняя глава и эпилог будет. Так что приятного просмотра, блин. Нормально, да, чисто целую игру за 4 часа прошел почти. А, на теперь по дефолту легендарное оружие будет.
Not even an army of demons could have stopped me now.
Нихуя, а чё ну не это? Чё, сука, блядь? В смысле с камер? Охуеть. Заказ игры для всех одинаковый. Более 100 рублей, это ебаные копейки. Халфа дороже стоит, блядь, чем 100 рублей. Бля, сука, заскамил. Я нихуя не слышу, я потом донат твой заново.
Сюрприз, сюрприз, ублюдки.
Это звук на 111 рублей.
Это тебе надо ширак.
Подожди,
может ты дошка купить.
Фу, ебать, 100 рубасов. Спасибо огромное, Тимур. Обнял, приподнял. Спасибо за поддержку. Какую игру? Какую игру ты выбираешь? Скажи мне. Халфу или... этот, блядь, Fallout. Сейчас послушаем. Сейчас пусть допиздит. Так, я прослушал весь...
Сука, Беля, ну ладно. Это так. На Fallout 3. Так, чтобы врубить
всё,
нахуй. Врублю вот эту хуйню. С дедом.
С дедом?
Сюрприз, сюрприз, ублюдки.
Там гробовщик вообще-то, не дед. У меня донат. На 111 рублей донат стоит такой.
Это тебе надо ширак, кстати.
Спасибо.
Можешь ты дошика купить.
Да хуя, у нас нет доширака, кстати. Все, получается, Fallout 4 в следующей неделе будет. Спасибо за донат. У нас доширака нет. Вот. У нас есть только ролтики. Ну да, кстати, реально. Похож. Но это не он. Рак мне до сих пор торчит 3 трека, блядь. Еще за GTA Vice City, нахуй, с самого начала. Поубегай от 5 звезд 5 минут. Типа на 200 рублей. Есть доширак? Где он? Есть. Ну да, теперь попал в топ. Получается. Да, у меня легендарное оружие открылось, золотое. Евроопте, доширак именно. Нихуя себе. Давно. Иди нахуй, сука. У меня он стреляет. Позорно. Покупал. Я давно вообще. Раньше чего не было. Прикол.
From the time I rode with Billy the Kid. But that chapter of my story you already know.
Chapter of that fairy tale, you mean?
Suddenly it was 1910.
Я помню, дождь в Минске покупал, но это было, блядь, ёбаный в рот, как давно. Дайте. Это было очень давно. А, так можно было, понял? Не знал, что он появился. Ну да, на один день ты не успел. Теперь не 13-й. На один денек ты не успел. Так. Как быть в пакете упаковки. Ну я понял, но, бля. Да, теперь 114. Хуя суета. Дело сделано. Давай, давай, удачки. Значит, Fallout 3. Бля, сука. Да, прикольный скилл.
Mr. Graves, are you all right? Would you like some water?
The Wild Bunch knew I was there. They were after a treasure they had hidden before they fled, buried in the grave of a dead amigo. Some folks think the town is haunted, so they figured there wouldn't be many people poking around. I intended to fill that grave with Bob Bryant's corpse. But like I said, the bandits knew I was on to them. They lured me in and hit me with everything they had.
По дефолту, ну да. Ну, тем более... Понял. Ну, мне Fallout самому, в принципе, интересен. Потому что я в него никогда не играл. А Халфа хотя бы представление какое-то есть о Халфе. А вот о Fallout вообще нет представления. Что за игра, как она... Ой, блядь, играется. Блядь! Я жив? Ебать, меня почти убило нахуй.
Funny you should put it like that, Jack.
Что произошло? Озвучку? Посмотрим, я потом почекаю. Получи... Так. Получи, там ты кого-то убил, уже выбазил, понял. Что не убиваешь, на сильнее, да, согласен? Посмотрим, я не знаю. Для начала я скачаю и запущу ее. А там посмотрим.
Billy the Kid. William Bonney. He was shooting at me from a rooftop.
Блин, бать. На самом-то деле даже красиво это все выглядит.
So I am right. You are touched in the head.
Mr. Greaves, perhaps we should switch you to coffee?
You see that old Indian again, too?
No, but I did see Billy's killer, Patrick Floyd Garrett. He came at me guns a-blazing. But I knew that old war horse had died 2 years before. I wondered if maybe I was dead too and confronting the ghosts of my past. Perhaps all my sins were coming back to haunt me and drag me down to perdition.
Какие-то призраки, блядь. Я уже умом тронулся, я понял.
I saw Henry Plummer throw dynamite at me.
Да чё запустится? Чё она не запустится? Ну скачай, скачай.
And in the gates of the cemetery, I saw John Wesley Hart.
Давай, давай, спасибо.
Just like I remembered him.
Спасибо. Да что происходит, нахуй? Нихуя себе! Вопросов нет. Тут типа игра идет полностью по тому, как я рассказываю. Поменяй выше в конце должны быть. Шо? Скобочки местами поменяй выше. В конце должны быть они. Какие нахуй скобочки? Бля, ебать, реально суета какая-то происходит. Окей, это реально тяжелее. Какие скобочки, блин. Подожди, я нихуя не вдупляю пока что. У меня тут суета.
Robert Ollinger appeared with his terrible double-barrel shotgun. No ghost army was stopping me.
My father-in-law got hit with a fallen branch. He spent the rest of his life talking to dogs.
Newman Hayes Clanton, William Brocious, John Peters Ringo, they all wanted me dead.
Расписание, потом скажу, сейчас нет в телеге. Я не помню. Что там завтра? Либо Horizon, либо Ассасин. Скорее всего Horizon.
The Dalton brothers, Robert and Granton, guardians of the
ебать,
Garden
что
of the
происходит,
Dead.
нахуй? Так, повышенный урон концентрации. О, это хорошо.
George Curry and Harvey Logan, alias Kid Curry, both thirsty for vengeance from the great beyond.
А, на меня типа загрелись те челы, которых я когда-либо убивал.
Jesse, Woodson, James, and Jim Reed, each one deader than the next. I thought I would go crazy. Thought.
Ну типа это что, у меня уже жиза типа началась какая-то. Ебать. Ну окей, это видно, что последняя миссия, она сложная очень. Ебать, что происходит? Давай, давай, устраивай. Но это уже, если что, финальная миссия.
You told us before that you'd seen him alive.
He was alive.
Боже, я долбоёб нахуй.
Then I heard a voice call to me from afar.
ебать,
It was
что
Robert
происходит,
Leroy
нахуй.
Parker, a.k.a. Butch Cassidy, coming at me from out of the fog.
Thanks for
Пиздец,
taking
нахуй.
care of that bastard.
Ебать, ну и пот, конечно. Так. Контрольная точка. Последняя дуэль получается, да? Шо? Буч Кассиди. Сэнди Килл. И Селс Грипс. Хороший, плохой, мертвый. Опять дуэль с двумя. Заебись. А, нихуя
But the
себе.
kid wasn't quite deceased. Not yet.
Takes more than one little bullet to kill the likes of me, partner.
Those two looked like they hadn't seen each other for quite a while. Clearly, they were no longer
Ебать.
amigos.
Shit. I was hoping I wouldn't have to kill you. You won't have to, Butch. I'm killing you first.
Сейчас
I
курсы
asked
завтра
them
будет.
about Bob Bryant, but they were too busy with their own heated
Завтра Horizon.
conversation.
Let me get this shit straight. You want my money and the love of my life?
Horizon Zero Dawn.
You frittered it all away, Butch. Edda's mine. So is that damn money.
I didn't want to shoot anybody until I had an answer to my question, but those boys didn't give me much of a choice.
Что, я двоих убил, нахуй? Так. Ага. Вот уебище. Сука. 0,5, ебать я нахуй это. Заторможенный, сука. Ну, тяжеловато, блядь, слушайте. А, я долбоёб. А, сука. Ну все, я понял, как их убить. Этого чела я правильно законтролил, но я не знал, что нужно двоих стрелять. Я думал, типа убил, похуй. Нихуя себе. Бля, ну тут хуй угадаешь. Ну, оказывается, рандомно тут еще. Заебал. Хуй пойми, кто первый выстрелит, блядь. Ну, в чем дело?
Butch Cassidy and the Sundance Kid
Let's go,
died
boys.
there in that cemetery not 6 months ago.
Ебать. Получилось. Все, эпилог. Слушаем диалог и что-то еще. Финал очка. Бля, реально, можно было бы на видос проходить этот стрим. Ну, эту игру. На коротенькое. Что-то 4 видосика вышло плюс-минус.
Butch Cassidy and the Sundance Kid were killed by the Bolivian army. Everybody knows that.
That's the legend, but it ain't the truth.
So, you never found Bob?
There is no Bob. This old sumbitch ain't even Silas Greaves.
Sir, is that true? Have you been pulling our legs this whole time?
Well, not the whole time.
Oh man, I think you've worn out your welcome here.
Maybe you're right, Jack. Maybe it's time to pay. You see, Ben, or should I say Bob, your past always catches up with you.
Он Боб? Нихуя себе.
I was a different man back then, crazy. Drinking, I've changed my ways, I swear to you. If I could turn back the clock,
But you can't, Bob.
Ебать. Бля, это интересный выбор. Пошел нахуй, дед.
Why'd you toy with me like that? Telling those tales, knowing all along. Why not just lay your cards on the table?
Here. I won't have it said that I left you with nothing.
That's how you want it? So be it.
Финальная дуэль, получается, сейчас будет, да?
Holy shit! Molly, move against that wall. Go!
На нахуй. Ну, по факту, он убил двух моих братьев. Всей моей целью этой игры было мстить тем, кто убивал их.
Cassidy told me Bob was in Abilene before he died. But I wasn't sure Ben was my man until he revealed how much he knew about Ringo and Reed.
Поэтому моя миссия выполнена.
Well, that was the last nail in that particular coffin.
Он ту монету хранил.
I better go get the sheriff.
You okay, boy? You're looking mighty shook up.
Dwight, maybe you best go home. Young Eisenhower here is leaving for West Point tomorrow. He shouldn't get caught up in something like this.
I think I might head out myself at this juncture. Unless you want to stop me.
Ну что, Джек поверил теперь, что это я?
No, sir. Mr. Greaves.
So where are you going now? Now that you had your revenge.
Doesn't really matter, does it? As I've sold my soul for it, and will never again walk with those I have lost.
По факту. Ебать, ему много пришлось пройти. Ля, сука. Круто, круто, круто.
Ooh,
Мне понравилась игра очень. На одном дыхании вообще. Просто 4 часа стрима пролетело вот так нахуй. Что за ачивки дали? Подожди, историю. Так. Еще с ними декадов. Ну, это нам не интересно. Круто. Всем спасибо большое за стрим, кто был сегодня. Спасибо, Тимур, за донат. Fallout 3 на следующей неделе будет у нас, да, сука. Даже обнял, всех приподнял. Спасибо большое за просмотр. Игра крутая, мне очень сильно понравилась. Возможно, будут еще игры из данной серии, но не в ближайшее время. Качайте красот по ссылочке в описании, получайте крутейшие бонусы на свой аккаунт. Обнимите своих родителей и спасибо вам за просмотр. И еще раз огромное спасибо. Жду вас завтра на Horizon. Обнял, приподнял и пока. Пока.